Hello, this is your Mayor Keith Bell again, and I'm here to discuss with you an exciting new opportunity that we have within the city of La Marque. Many of us know that we have just recently, for the first time in our history, been able to hire a public relations specialist. His name is Joshua Pritchett, and he has been tasked with providing resources for information that all of our community members can access. And he's been hard at work at this process, and he has been building informational systems and content on many different platforms so that we can inform you, our public, of all of the wonderful things that are happening in our community. And so he has worked with our CTY program. He has worked with YouTube and Facebook and many of our social media platforms. He's also working with Channel 16, as well as a renewed, remodeled, and renovated website, all in efforts to make sure that you are informed and as informed as you possibly can be about what's happening in your city. One of the things that we're doing now is we're providing for the proclamations that we read in our city council meetings. We're providing for them to be presented to you in a different fashion. And so throughout Channel 16, Facebook, and many other platforms, you will see us speak about the wonderful celebrations that happen publicly and officially throughout our city. And so we thank Joshua Pritchett for bringing this to us, and we hope that you enjoy these things as you come across them on social media so that you can be a part of the celebrations and the wonderful things that are happening in our community. God bless you, and God bless the city of La Marque. May 2nd through May 6th is Teacher Appreciation Week, and we honor in this country those men and women that are instrumental in educating and preparing our children to lead this country into the future and beyond. And so if you have the opportunity, please engage educators within our community to say thank you, to show them that you appreciate them, and to encourage them to continue to do the work as it is vital and necessary for not only our city to move forward, but for our country and this world to continue to move forward. Friends, last month on April the 22nd, we were able to celebrate 60 years as a bird sanctuary here in the city of La Marque. It's a wonderful celebration, a wonderful time that reflects the heart and the values of us as a city. 60 years of being a bird sanctuary meant that we were on the cutting edge for our environment, even back in times that it was not as popular as it is today. Wonderful experience on that day. We had so many members and so many aspects of our community join together to celebrate with us. We had our Parks Board, our Keep La Marque Beautiful Commission, as well as our Garden Club and a new business, Sweet Treats. All of them coming together to celebrate a wonderful time and a wonderful gesture of this great city. And it all happened on Earth Day as well. Earth Day being a celebration throughout this country, throughout this world, where we put the emphasis on making sure that we're making proper decisions to care for this earth, because all of us enjoy this wonderful world we live in, and we want our children to enjoy this wonderful world we live in. So we're excited that we were able to experience this. We're excited that we were able to share this with you, and we're excited about both of these different opportunities for us to give back not only to this great city, but as well as all of God's creation. What a wonderful time it was. Today we're also honoring the men and women that play a vital role in delivering tap water to our community. This is Drinking Water Week. And it is celebrated May 1st through May 7th. And again, it honors those line workers, those utility billing clerks, or those persons that bring our tap water to our tap. It does not necessarily honor the water, because we know that in every city, one of the main sources of concern is the quality of tap water. And La Marque is not immune to that criticism nor that conversation. But today, We are excited because we're honoring the people that attempt to bring us the water that we drink, those of us that drink the water, those members of those staffs that work every day to try to serve us. And so if you see any of those persons, utility billing, people that are working on the water lines in our community, certainly stop and celebrate their tasks and their roles with them because they play a vital role in our quality of life here in the city of Lamar. May 15th through May 21st is Public Works Week. That's the week that all municipal governments and all governments across this country are giving gratitude and appreciation to those members of our Public Works Department that serve us each and every day. It is not a glamorous thing to work with sewer systems. It is not a glamorous or popular thing to work with roads, bridges, stoplights, and street signs, and city infrastructure as a whole. And many of the men and women that serve us in those capacities go unnoticed. But this week we endeavor to notice them, to honor them, to celebrate them, and to show our appreciation to them for the jobs that they do for us each and every day. And one of the ways that we want to celebrate them is that in the week of May 15th through May 21st, every day throughout all of our platforms, we will honor a member of our Public Works Department. And so we want you to be excited about this. Certainly we want you to support them. If you see them doing their job, stop by, honk, blow, wave, let them know that you appreciate them. If you have the ability to be online when you see their stories, certainly we would love for you to comment because they hear you, they see you, and they know that you are supporting them. So let's support them in a way that they can feel it so that we can move our city forward together. May 15th through May 21st is Emergency Medical Services Week, or EMS Week. This is a week that we celebrate and we honor the many men and women in our fire department and even some of those in our police department that provide emergency medical services for us each and every day, where we are fortunate to have at our disposal ambulances and fire trucks and even the men and women of our police department to serve us on a moment's notice when we go through life-changing and life-threatening ordeals. And so we want to honor them. Again, if you see them in their capacity serving our community at any time during this week or beyond, we just like you to offer them a debt of gratitude, a wave, a honk, a smile, a kind word, or whatever you have been inspired to do, because these people need to know that we appreciate them and they need to feel our love. Also, May 15th through May 21st is National Police Week. It's a week that we get a chance to celebrate and honor the men and women that keep us safe, the men and women that prevent and prosecute the crimes in our community, men and women that give their lives for our own safety and for our well-being each and every day. If you see any of our officers through this week and beyond, please show them your gratitude. Please show them your support. Please encourage them and show them how much they mean to our community, because it is a very difficult thing to give your life and to sacrifice your own safety for the lives and safety of other people. So we thank them and we want them to know that we appreciate them. If you need more information on any of those items that we have discussed, you can look at the bottom portion of our screen. There are links that will lead you to the information that we've shared with you today. And certainly good luck to you, God bless you, and God bless the city of Lamar.
Howdy everyone, this is David Merriman, your fire chief for the city of Lamar, and I am here with a monthly snapshot for the month of April to keep the citizens, mayor, and council informed about what's going on in your fire department. For the month of April, our ambulances responded to 174 calls for service within the city of Lamar. Our fire trucks responded to 157 calls for service, and we had 3 fires that were outside trash, grass, and other types of non-structural fires. Our car seat technicians at our monthly car seat check installed 2 car seats for April. Fire Marshal's office, our inspections division, inspected 7 commercial structures, and they attended 8 pre-development meetings for the city of La Marque, and we had 2 sets of commercial plans reviews for future development within the city of La Marque. We also filed arson charges for 2 active cases that we have going, and made 1 arrest. Our fire department and your firefighters have been hard at work this month training. They have completed 30 hours of company level training to include air consumption drills, SCBAs, search and rescue, ladders. Our fire department also received our biannual compliance audit from the Texas Commission on Fire Protection, and I am happy to report that your fire department received the first ever zero deficiencies report from the Texas Commission on Fire Protection. Also, in the name of training, we had 2 personnel complete fire inspector, and Engineer Reyes has become certified within the Texas Fire Commission as a fire inspector, and firefighter Ashley Robinson will be testing shortly and become certified as a fire inspector for the Fire Commission. We have 2 personnel vacancies that we have extended job offers, and they are in the background phase. So hopefully within the coming month we will have 2 new firefighters to introduce to you via this snapshot next month. The fire department also, because we are a family, we decided we were going to have our first annual fire department picnic, where we all got together. We had a picnic out at Highland Bayou Park, and that is your snapshot for the month of April for your fire department. Thank you, Mayor and Council, citizens. This is David Merriman, your fire chief. Please stay safe out there.
Welcome to the City of La Marque Hurricane Huddle.
We're the City of La Marque Public Safety Team. We are emergency management, fire, police, and public works.
Hi, I'm Kyle Hunter, the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of La Marque. With hurricane season fast approaching, I would like to update you with the following information. Part of the Emergency Management team just got back from the National Hurricane Conference, where they learned of new technologies and resources that would be available to us if in need. We would like to extend an invitation to all residents to attend our Hurricane Huddle this year on May 28th from 9 a.m. to 12. We're planning to have other emergency organizations from the county present for you to get information and meet. Please visit us at lmom.org for more information, resources, and preparedness guides for this hurricane season. Remember to stay safe and be prepared.
Hello, this is your Mayor Keith Bell again, and I'm here to discuss with you an exciting new opportunity that we have within the city of La Marque. Many of us know that we have just recently, for the first time in our history, been able to hire a public relations specialist. His name is Joshua Pritchett, and he has been tasked with providing resources for information that all of our community members can access. And he's been hard at work at this process, and he has been building informational systems and content on many different platforms so that we can inform you, our public, of all of the wonderful things that are happening in our community. And so he has worked with our CTY program. He has worked with YouTube and Facebook and many of our social media platforms. He's also working with Channel 16, as well as a renewed, remodeled, and renovated website, all in efforts to make sure that you are informed and as informed as you possibly can be about what's happening in your city. One of the things that we're doing now is we're providing for the proclamations that we read in our city council meetings. We're providing for them to be presented to you in a different fashion. And so throughout Channel 16, Facebook, and many other platforms, you will see us speak about the wonderful, wonderful celebrations that happen publicly and officially throughout our city. And so we thank Joshua Pritchett for bringing this to us, and we hope that you enjoy these things as you come across them on social media so that you can be a part of the celebrations and the wonderful things that are happening in our community. God bless you, and God bless the city of La Marque. May 2nd through May 6th is Teacher Appreciation Week, and we honor in this country those men and women that are instrumental in educating and preparing our children to lead this country into the future and beyond. And so if you have the opportunity, please engage educators within our community to say thank you, to show them that you appreciate them, and to encourage them to continue to do the work as it is vital and necessary for not only our city to move forward, but for our country and this world to continue to move forward. Friends, last month on April the 22nd, we were able to celebrate 60 years as a bird sanctuary here in the city of La Marque. It's a wonderful celebration, a wonderful time that reflects the heart and the values of us as a city. 60 years of being a bird sanctuary meant that we were on the cutting edge of our environment, even back in times that it was not as popular as it is today. Wonderful experience on that day. We had so many members and so many aspects of our community join together to celebrate with us. We had our Parks Board, our Keep La Marque Beautiful Commission, as well as our Garden Club and a new business, Sweet Treats. All of them coming together to celebrate a wonderful, wonderful time and a wonderful, wonderful gesture of this great city. And it all happened on Earth Day as well. Earth Day being a celebration throughout this country, throughout this world, where we put the emphasis on making sure that we're making proper decisions to care for this earth, because all of us enjoy this wonderful world we live in, and we want our children to enjoy this wonderful world we live in. So we're excited that we were able to experience this. We're excited that we were able to share this with you, and we're excited about both of these different opportunities for us to give back not only to this great city, but as well as all of God's creation. What a wonderful, wonderful time it was. Today we're also honoring the men and women that play a vital role in delivering tap water to our community. This is Drinking Water Week. And it is celebrated May 1st through May 7th. And again, it honors those line workers, those utility billing clerks, or those persons that bring our tap water to our tap. It does not necessarily honor the water, because we know that in every city, one of the main sources of concern is the quality of tap water. And La Marque is not immune to that criticism nor that conversation. But today, We are excited because we're honoring the people that attempt to bring us the water that we drink, those of us that drink the water, those members of those staffs that work every day to try to serve us. And so if you see any of those persons, utility billing, people that are working on the water lines in our community, certainly stop and celebrate their tasks and their roles with them because they play a vital role in our quality of life here in the city of Lamar. May 15th through May 21st is Public Works Week. That's the week that all municipal governments and all governments across this country are giving gratitude and appreciation to those members of our Public Works Department that serve us each and every day. It is not a glamorous thing to work with sewer systems. It is not a glamorous or popular thing to work with roads, bridges, stoplights, and street signs, and city infrastructure as a whole. And many of the men and women that serve us in those capacities go unnoticed. But this week we endeavor to notice them, to honor them, to celebrate them, and to show our appreciation to them for the jobs that they do for us each and every day. And one of the ways that we want to celebrate them is that in the week of May 15th through May 21st, every day throughout all of our platforms, we will honor a member of our Public Works Department. And so we want you to be excited about this. Certainly we want you to support them. If you see them doing their job, stop by, honk, blow, wave, let them know that you appreciate them. If you have the ability to be online when you see their stories, certainly we would love for you to comment because they hear you, they see you, and they know that you are supporting them. So let's support them in a way that they can feel it so that we can move our city forward together. May 15th through May 21st is Emergency Medical Services Week, or EMS Week. This is a week that we celebrate and we honor the many men and women in our fire department and even some of those in our police department that provide emergency medical services for us each and every day, where we are fortunate to have at our disposal ambulances and fire trucks and even the men and women of our police department to serve us on a moment's notice when we go through life-changing and life-threatening ordeals. And so we want to honor them. Again, if you see them in their capacity serving our community at any time during this week or beyond, we just like you to offer them a debt of gratitude, a wave, a honk, a smile, a kind word, or whatever you have been inspired to do, because these people need to know that we appreciate them and they need to feel our love. Also, May 15th through May 21st is National Police Week. It's a week that we get a chance to celebrate and honor the men and women that keep us safe, the men and women that prevent and prosecute the crimes in our community, men and women that give their lives for our own safety and for our well-being each and every day. If you can, if you see any of our officers through this week and beyond, please show them your gratitude. Please show them your support. Please encourage them and show them how much they mean to our community, because it is a very difficult thing to give your life and to sacrifice your own safety for the lives and safety of other people. So we thank them and we want them to know that we appreciate them. If you need more information on any of those items that we have discussed, you can look at the bottom portion of our screen. There are links that will lead you to the information that we've shared with you today. And certainly good luck to you, God bless you, and God bless the city of Lamar.
Howdy everyone, this is David Merriman, your fire chief for the city of Lamar, and I am here with a monthly snapshot for the month of April to keep the citizens, mayor, and council informed about what's going on in your fire department. For the month of April, our ambulances responded to 174 calls for service within the city of Lamar. Our fire trucks responded to 157 calls for service, and we had 3 fires that were outside trash, grass, and other types of non-structural fires. Our car seat technicians at our monthly car seat check installed 2 car seats for April. Fire Marshal's office, our inspections division, inspected 7 commercial structures, and they attended 8 pre-development meetings for the city of La Marque, and we had 2 sets of commercial plans reviews for future development within the city of La Marque. We also filed arson charges for 2 active cases that we have going, and made 1 arrest. Our fire department and your firefighters have been hard at work this month training. They have completed 30 hours of company level training to include air consumption drills, SCBAs, search and rescue, ladders. Our fire department also received our biannual compliance audit from the Texas Commission on Fire Protection, and I am happy to report that your fire department received the first ever 0 deficiencies report from the Texas Commission on Fire Protection. Also, in the name of training, we had 2 personnel complete fire inspector, and Engineer Reyes has become certified within the Texas Fire Commission as a fire inspector, and firefighter Ashley Robinson will be testing shortly and become certified as a fire inspector for the Fire Commission. We have 2 personnel vacancies that we have extended job offers, and they are in the background phase, so hopefully within the coming month we will have 2 new firefighters to introduce to you via this snapshot next month. The fire department also, because we are a family, we decided we were going to have our first annual fire department picnic, where we all got together. We had a picnic out at Highland Bayou Park, and that is your snapshot for the month of April for your fire department. Thank you, Mayor and Council, citizens. This is David Merriman, your fire chief. Please stay safe out there.
Welcome to the City of La Marque Hurricane Huddle.
We're the City of La Marque Public Safety Team. We are emergency management, fire, police, and public works.
Hi, I'm Kyle Hunter, the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of La Marque. With hurricane season fast approaching, I would like to update you with the following information. Part of the emergency management team just got back from the National Hurricane Conference, where they learned of new technologies and resources that would be available to us if in need. We would like to extend an invitation to all residents to attend our Hurricane Huddle this year on May 28th from 9 a.m. to 12. We're planning to have other emergency organizations from the county present for you to get information and meet. Please visit us at lmoem.org for more information, resources, and preparedness guides for this hurricane season. Remember to stay safe and be prepared.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good evening. City of Lamarque City Council regular meeting of May 9th, 2022. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a regular meeting on May 9th, 2022, beginning at 6 p.m. in council chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Government Code, the presiding officer and a quorum of the Lamarque City Council intend to be and will be physically present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public and the meeting will be broadcast at this location and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Kara, would you give us a roll call, please?
Councilmember District A.
Present.
Councilmember District B.
Present.
Councilmember District C.
Present.
Councilmember District D.
Present.
Could you give us your location, please?
Yes, I am at City Hall.
The address is 1111.
1111 Bayou Road. I'm sorry. I was trying to be cheeky. I'm here.
Is present as well.
Thank you, Kara. We are now going to have our invocation. I believe our very own Joshua Pritchett, who is a licensed and ordained minister in this city, will lead us in our invocation. And I would like to ask all of our veterans, if you are a veteran of our military, I'd like for you all in unison, being led by Councilmember Carlson, lead us in our pledge. You may approach, Ms. Pritchett. Those of you that are able and willing, please stand for the invocation.
Dear gracious and heavenly Father, I thank you for gathering us together tonight, gathering us together in unity under your kingdom, Father God. I thank you for the blessings of all of us getting to express our opinions, getting to express everything that makes us who we are. Father God, I pray for unity. I pray for just the kindness and joy, the fruits of the Spirit that you give us. And I pray all these things in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, guys. And again, thank you all. Those of you that have served in our military, thank you for your service. At this time, we are moving toward our presentations and proclamations. And we have as item 4A, a recognition and excellence in financial reporting. Ms. Cool, would you approach, please? Everyone. This is Susie Koo, who is our financial director, and she has brought, I assume, one of her employees. Approach, Ms. Koo. Is this your right hand?
Yes, sir.
Very good. We'll all learn together.
Quincy Gowan, she is my right hand, our accountant. Very, very well capable. So I'm very, very proud to finally able to introduce her to everyone. I know due to COVID, we all have our limitations.
And what's your name again, ma'am?
Quincelia Gowan.
Quincelia Goins. Welcome, Ms. Quincelia.
Yes, she has over 26 years of experience with governmental. So yes, so I do have an asset over here.
Can you help us to understand who awarded our city this award and what this means to us as a city?
Yes, this is an award given to us from the National Government Financial Officers Association. This is the highest ranking award in terms of financial reporting. Every year we publish two books. One is the budget and one is the financial statement, which is subject to audit. And we have to meet all the criteria, and we must pass the audit in order to get the award. So this is the award that we feel proud of every single year, because we do put a lot of work into it to meet their standards and their criteria. And that's why we are always so proud each year of receiving this award for this book. And another thing I like to bring to everyone's attention is I want to make an apology to everybody regarding the lateness of the budget book this year. To be honest, those who know me all these years, working budget after budget, it has been a true passion. My true passion in the budget book. There's no doubt about it. That's something that I love. Work, and that's a comforting thought, to work on the budget book every year that I look forward to offset the stress. Okay? And believe me, if there was a choice, that is my true passion. If there was a choice, as soon as council adopts that budget, I would jump right onto it and work on the budget because that's what I love. I don't have to worry about anything else. However, it is also my responsibility as a finance director to make sure that I capture every single penny out there that we're entitled to in terms of grants, in terms of FEMA. We all know we had UE. We had major expenditures on UE, and FEMA started the audit around the same time. So therefore, I could have made a different choice. I could have just dropped the $700,000 opportunity, forget about FEMA, forget about the fund balance, work on what I love the best, and post that budget book online for everyone to view. But I made a different choice because I feel like as long as that fund balance is on the line, it is my responsibility to do everything within my power to make sure that we claim that money. Back and forth with FEMA for the last several months. Unfortunately, we couldn't claim every single thing that I wanted us to claim. I could not change history. I could not change policies that we passed, nor could I change any decision that was made by those higher than me. So we have to live with that. But if I get to live my life again, I would make the same choice. I strongly believe that any finance director being in the same situation that I've been in would make the same choice as me. But it is also my responsibility to make sure that the budget book is posted online, and I do take full responsibility for that. And I do apologize for that. We do intend to have that budget book, the digital version, to deliver to everyone, posted online by the end of May. Now, the printed copy probably won't be until mid-June because it takes time to print. And as far as the fund balance, I've mentioned to everyone during the budget workshop, we're drawing down on the fund balance and we probably drained it now that we are almost closing with the FEMA. Ethical, well, this is the way I look at it. I have never made any decision on my own. I never acted on my own. If there are questions, decisions made that involve ethics, I check with my current boss, my former bosses, or I check with my colleagues within the financial organization before I act. As far as legal, I check with professional attorneys and make sure that we're in line legally. So if anybody has questions regarding ethics and legal, what I do, we are being checked by auditors, not just once, multiple groups of auditors. So, feel free to come to me and I'll share with you the best I can. But I just want everyone to understand, sometimes there are choices. And in my role, it is always top priority to ensure that the city's assets are well protected and we claim every penny we can from outside, including sacrificing my name, being on time, posting things. And I realize transparency is important, but that fund balance, if we can claim the cash, we can utilize it for all the departments to serve the community. So transparency is great, but if I put it online on time, I lose the cash. The impact is all the departments suffer together, and that's not what we're here for. So I just wanted to share with you, be all transparent about what I was being questioned, okay, under FEMA's directions that, hey, you have this deadline, you must do it. I could have dropped it and say, FEMA, don't worry about it. I got more things to do. I want to do what I love to do, but I could not do that. And if I get another chance, I will probably make the same decision. So my apology to you, Mayor and Council, regarding the budget book. I tried very hard to be on time. Timeliness is just as important. And for Quincy, you know, she's been working diligently with me as well. I mean, we're only what, 3-4 people? We're not like other departments where you have 20 people or 30 people, you know, so we try the best we can. But still winning the award, I think, yes, it is important, and we all work hard together. So I do thank everyone for your patience, you know, waiting for our budget book month after month after month. And hopefully everyone can enjoy the budget book by the end of the month, finally. And hopefully FEMA will give us some money back to recover. And Mr. Compion, I did try to negotiate with FEMA regarding the ancillary fee. Remember the electricity? We didn't have much chance to winning, unfortunately. But you know what? As long as I tried, I have no regrets. Okay, and that was all that I can do. I did the best I can. So you will be able to see the end result of FEMA soon once we close everything. So I just want to share that too.
We don't intend to know what it goes into being a finance director. We don't know what that means. We don't know what that looks like. But what I can say to you is we appreciate you. Thank you for doing the job that you've been doing for our citizens for the better part of decades, right? The first 10 years here, and then now you're here for your 17. And I just want to thank you. The council thanks you for the efforts. And certainly on your day of reward and transparency and kudos, you come with other things. And we thank you for that. But we also want to celebrate that you're doing a good job.
Well, thank you.
And you're trying really hard.
Well, don't forget.
Mayor.
I grew up over here too. This is my community too. I actually grew up over here. I graduated. I'm a Cougar. So.
If I may, Mayor, just for point of record, how many years in a row have we received this award?
Let's see. We got one 2 years ago. So this is the third time.
Third time we received this award. In these tumultuous times with the challenge that we face, the additional kudos goes to you for being able to do so during these times. We know that a lot of cities during these times were not able to be eligible due to certain factors. So thank you for, again, your hard work. To echo what the mayor has mentioned. In addition to that, for all the late night phone calls and emails, and guys, I got the proof 2-3 in the morning that we're back and forth on certain subjects. I appreciate that type of effort from your entire team. Thank you.
Honestly, doing the budget book, I can do it without sleeping and still have enjoyment out of it, okay?
That's your piece.
Thank you.
I'm addicted to it, yes. So you will get that at the end of May, okay? When we post it online.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, are there members of the Garden Club present?
Yes.
Hey, Garden Club, can you come forward? Would you come forward, please? Wonderful, wonderful people. The Garden Club, among other things, is responsible for many of the organized trash pickups on the highway. Have you all seen that? And also there is a strip outside of our city hall. What do y'all call it? The devil's? The hell strip. The hell strip. The hell strip. And they have been maintaining that, and that they've been doing a wonderful, wonderful job.
We also do the library and the police.
Yeah.
Library and police station. Very, very good. We met them out at the bird sanctuary observation day. And so we promised that we would present this proclamation to them tonight, and they were delighted to stand in for our community.
Yes.
To receive it. So from the office of the mayor for the city of Lamarque, proclamation. Whereas birds are present in every environment and serve as an ever-present reminder of the beauty and cooperation of nature around us. Whereas on April 24th, 1963, the city of Lamarque passed, approved, and adopted Ordinance 167 prohibiting harm to any fowl within the city limits. Whereas the city of Lamarque works tirelessly to protect the life, safety,
of all its residents, including wildlife. And whereas bird sanctuary cities across America serve as safe haven for wildlife, preserving natural habitats, population growth, and migration patterns. Now be it resolved that the community of Lamarque observes and celebrates 60 years of the pioneering environmental protection set forth by Ordinance 167. And now therefore we, the mayor and city council, by virtue of our authority vested by the city of Lamarque, Texas, do hereby proclaim today as Lamarque Bird Sanctuary Observation Day. The city of Lamarque, and do hereby urge everyone in the community to participate this day of appreciation, the testimony whereof is my hand and the seal of the city of Lamarque, this 22nd day of April, 2022. Keith Bell, Mayor.
All right.
God bless you guys.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Do we have any more?
Yeah.
Okay.
Teacher appreciation. Yeah, teacher appreciation. How do you?
Teachers, are there any teachers here for our teachers appreciation? Are you here for the teachers?
Yes, yes.
Come on down.
Yes, yes, teachers.
This hour.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute.
Thank you for that.
Yeah,
Hello, I'm Keith.
yeah.
Yes. Oh, okay.
Wait, I want to stand with her.
Come on, come on. stand with me. Would you like to present the proclamation as an educator?
No.
Please do. Come on, Kim. I feel better if you do it as an educator. Yeah, well, come on.
And I'm a proud 1991 graduate of Texas City High School, but I've been teaching on the Lamarque side 20 years. So,
Wow.
and I'm still all my Office of the Mayor for the City of Lamarque Proclamation. Whereas, through their dedicated efforts to ensure our children receive the knowledge and skills needed to be successful in college and careers and throughout life, Texas teachers are an integral part of our community. And whereas, because of increased diversity of students both culturally and in learning styles, teachers must constantly adapt to meet the ever-changing needs of the young people in our schools. And whereas teachers are instrumental in shaping our children into the people they will become, supporting them through their youth and providing impactful lessons that will be carried through life. And whereas the teaching profession benefits from educators who are empowered to lead within and beyond the classroom, allowing them to best prepare young people to become contributing members of our community, thereby strengthening our democracy. And whereas there are thousands of dedicated educators working in Texas public schools, putting in countless hours and extra effort to help students achieve, preparing them for further education, the workforce, and their civic duties. And now be it resolved that the community of Lamarque appreciates and celebrates all individuals committed to Teacher Appreciation Week. Now therefore, with the mayor and city council, by virtue of our authority vested by the city of Lamarque, Texas, do hereby proclaim May 2nd through 6th, 2022 as Teacher Appreciation Week. Thank you so much.
Very good.
So she has, you've been sick, God healed you, and you kept teaching through all that and you came back. Thank you so much. Thanks for hanging with my babies. I appreciate you. There you go. Tell everyone to say.
Turn it around. Y'all better pose. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Presentations will be made in the, presentations, I'm sorry. Adura. Is Adura present?
We are present remotely, and we are queuing up that presentation as we speak.
Very good. So we are on item 4D, presentation Conceptual Parks Master Plan from Adura.
Right.
Hi, Mayor. This is Craig Forsyth. I'm the Regional Architectural Director for Adura. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. Yeah, I think as Caesar said, we're queuing up that PowerPoint, and I'm going to try. I've got a little bit of a view here. of your TV. So I'll try to follow along and make sure I'm on the proper slide as we go through this presentation. I'm going to try to do this rather quickly. What we're going to be showing you today is each of the parks, and I'm going to go over just real quickly some of the items that we've included. One thing that I do want to do, and it's one of the slides that will be popping up here too, is the acknowledgements. I'd like to acknowledge all of City Council, especially a lot of the Parks Board. We have worked very closely with the Parks Board, and then some of your city staff. Excuse me. This has been a true joint effort, and we're very pleased with the way this has turned out and the feedback that we've gotten from your Parks Board and even members of the community. So yeah, this is just the cover sheet of what you will receive as your report. We have determined that this is pretty much final, unless there's anything major that comes out of our meeting here tonight. What you're looking at now is the overall map of where these parks are located. We are showing currently 9 parks in the various districts. Next slide, please. All right, this is we've done a lot of these parks. I think they're all listed in alphabetical order, so not by size or anything else, but Bayou City Park. Quick overview of this. One of the big issues was site lighting. We are providing some site lighting here. That's in the upper part of the slide under item number G. We also are proposing that there be a revised basketball court, just a half court layout. We've got a small little playground area here. And then another big thing that came out of a lot of our discussions was covered seating areas and picnic tables. So we're showing those as well. This particular park, we also included a drinking fountain. That is something that is not supplied at a lot of your park locations. So we got a lot of feedback that people want drinking fountains in these parks. So we are providing that. Next park. I think the next one is JC. JC Park. This is kind of a unique park. The playground equipment and the various areas for smaller children are located off to the right-hand side. This is adjacent to some residential areas. One of the big issues here was providing parking for this particular park. We were informed that a lot of people walk, which is good, but we're also supplying some areas for dogs. That was another big item that came out of a lot of our discussions with the residents and with their Parks Board. Areas for dogs to be walked and somewhat corralled so that they're not just running all around the various parks. Another big issue, and you will see that one here. This is the first one I believe we show this, walking trails. So we've got this kind of meandering around the park. We were told that this is used quite a bit for soccer. One of the previous things was baseball practice, but we've got a little area that could still kind of be done, maybe for some smaller type kids, but the primary focus here, of course, is the walking track and the soccer field. Next slide. Laguna. A lot of you, I think, are aware this currently is property that is owned by the Catholic Church, but as we dealt with the Parks Board and some of the items, one of the big issues was trying to find an area that was outside your floodplain where we could actually put some sort of a water park or splash pads. Now, what we are showing here is splash pads. This is a very large park. So we've got the ability, and this is a major wish list here, all kind of compounded in this particular park, but we've got a couple basketball courts shown. That is a true covered pavilion. Again, dog parks, walking trails. We've got covered picnic tables and benches. large playground equipment, smaller playground equipment for the younger kids, pavilion areas. And one of the unique things that came out towards the end of us putting this together was, I believe a couple of the Parks Board members had found this national fitness campaign, Fitness Court. That is a really neat piece of equipment that could be included, and I think bring a lot. Part of what we watched in a video was that they actually have competitions with some of that. So just a neat element that could be brought in to this particular park. Next slide, please. Mac McGaffey Highland Bayou Park. As you're all aware, this is the largest park. We've got several areas shown here. And if you could go to the next slide, I think we zoom in. Yeah, this kind of shows how we've implemented some of the design issues. We are creating some parking area off to the right there. That will get us how many parking spaces? You remember, I think we get 200 to 300. Yeah, it's fairly large. We've also got a little area there for bus parking. And one of the things, and I hope it reads well, but we've got a covered performance stage that would be permanent put there, and then a big gathering area for about 7,000. Just a large grassy area. We've also incorporated the walking trails. You've got quite a bit of those, a lot of land mass here to cover. And again, as you'll see in this slide, an area for a dog park. We've also got some playground equipment and restrooms that we have revised. There'll be a full men's and women's restroom and maintenance area, janitorial area. Next slide, and I believe that's towards the south. In this particular part, we're showing a 9-hole Frisbee golf. That was another thing that came up with our conversations with the public and with the Parks Board. And as part of this, and it was addressed in some of the earlier slides too, but along this whole waterway, you've got some erosion. So we're showing that needs to be dealt with. And right now we're just kind of showing that is like a riprap or something that would help eliminate the deterioration that you're currently seeing. Next slide. Mahan, of course, is your primary sports facility park. 3 existing baseball fields. There was a 4th. We're showing that right about in the right-hand side there. We're showing a small soccer field. This would be for the little kids. Part of the issue here, and the reason that 4th ball field is going away, is because of the extension of that wastewater treatment plant. So we've kind of overlaid about where that's going to go. We were able to get with our civil group for the boundaries of that. So that should be a pretty accurate representation of the limits of that expansion. We're also showing a couple of basketball courts towards the middle there. Parking, as you see, we're trying to increase parking. There's not an awful lot of that. And as you'll see, a lot of the red, those are in a lot of cases combination restrooms and concession stands. And we've got the one down at the lower part of the park there. That is just a restroom. But at all the ball fields, we wanted to do a combo. Again, the dogs, we've got a area for large and small dog park. And then we've got some open areas with a lot of covered picnic tables. Down at the lower part of the plan there, the area labeled as S, that's just like a crushed limestone, something that would provide a better approach for the existing boat ramp. Next slide. Martin Luther King Jr. This is a neat park. We had a lot of feedback on this one. There currently is a half court basketball. There's plenty of room for a full court, so we're proposing that. We are also showing covered picnic areas with some a smaller walking track. And then we've got a little bit of play equipment with some covered benches. I think too, we've had this in some of the other plans. I don't know that I've called it out yet, but we've also got fitness equipment going along in a lot of these parks. So one of the key elements, or one of the harder things for us to deal with as architects, was trying to find a way to get parking that would allow handicapped access. So they've got an offload area and then the ability to actually access and go throughout this park. So we're showing that off to the far right there. We've also got another the handicapped access is a unique kind of animal. We're having to deal with people with all types of disabilities, not necessarily just wheelchair bound, but we're showing 3 different access points around the park for to meet the ADA compliancy issue. Next slide, please. Saltgrass Subdivision Park. Through our discussions, we learned that Saltgrass Subdivision was developed. There was a discussion early on about potentially providing a park for them. There currently is nothing out there now. So there were a lot of big dreams for all the parts and pieces. They wanted all the playground equipment, covered shelter area, benches, basketball. We tried to incorporate as much as we thought was feasible. Each of the areas in the green circles you're seeing there would be fitness equipment as it goes around these walking trails. And the next slide, please. Okay, Walter Fiegel Park. This is the one that's next to the library. Part of the unique items, I guess, that we had to deal with here. This, as we were told, is a large area for your Christmas display. So we didn't want to take away too much from that, but we did want to include some options for kids and to draw families to this park. So we're showing a small playground equipment. We've also got a new pavilion, and then we're showing some covered benches in some picnic areas. I believe we got a drinking fountain, trash receptacles, some of that, and site lighting. So we've got quite a bit of site lighting shown on this particular plan. And if I am not mistaken, I believe that is the last. Is there one more? West Lawn. West Lawn, okay, here we go. West Lawn, this particular park, we had probably the largest turnout from the public as we received a lot of feedback. Again, one of the big struggles or things that we had to deal with was how do we get parking to a park like this? So we were able to come in off the sides. This particular park has got, it's not flat. It's got some slope to it. So we are including a full restroom in this one. Also the large and small dog park, got a full-size basketball court, and then kids play equipment. One of the big issues here, people wanted the covered picnic areas. Apparently picnicking is a big deal at this particular park. People enjoy that from the surrounding neighborhood. And as we've shown in several of the other parks, just a walking trail. And there is quite a bit of area in this particular park that would allow for that. We're also showing the exercise equipment in various locations throughout the park. So I believe that is it. If there are any questions, I would be happy to entertain any of those.
Thank you, Craig. Council, do we have any questions at this time?
Mayor, if I may just briefly.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
I know the Parks Board wanted to come and speak on that. So as they come forward, like if you don't mind, because they wanted to voice their opinion on this as well.
Absolutely.
I wanted to take the opportunity to also say that having been to the last two meetings now for the Parks Board, They did take all the feedback that was provided from the Parks Board and from the residents. They did go back and make those edits. Mind you, this is a conceptual site plan. We understand it's not a very thorough one completely. It is one to get the ball rolling for us. And I want to make sure that that was shared with everybody. In addition to that, one of the glaring things that was brought up during all the research was that there was no park cited in District A. So part of this report, and you'll see in pages, I believe it's correct, 44 through 48, if I'm not mistaken, of this report, is different parcels of land were looked at as potential park land that could be purchased, acquired, and then future development to address those needs of that growing part of the community as well. At this time, if the Parks Board would like to speak.
Hello, Mike and Tanya, are you going to join us? Mike, let us know your position with the Parks
Hello.
Board, and please acknowledge your other members.
I'm Rock Bach with the chairman of the Parks Board, and seated in the audience is Tanya Griffin. She's the vice chairman of the Parks Board.
Welcome.
With that being said, we worked long on this conceptual plan, and we, between the community's input and what the Parks Board was requesting, it all got done. Again, what Mr. Garcia just spoke of is that what you didn't see is we acknowledged some properties, basically school district properties that are within Ms. Yancey's district that we're possibly going to, have our EDC group to work out. And both properties are big, and same thing, they have the room for anything the community wants. They're both large pieces of property, and one not only benefit the public, but it still would benefit the high school softball field as far as extra parking for them, because they don't have parking along that road for the softball field. So that would probably be a little plus as far as us working out a deal with the school district. But as far as the total package, as conceptual form, the Parks Board is 100% approval of it. And we just hope, moving forward now, is the next phase would be to now start reaching out for these grants. And that's what that I know the community has been concerned about the $2 a month that's coming out of your bill. The pricing on this is pretty much rebuilding every park. And so the pricing on it's roughly right now, as it stands, $3.5 million. So what we've been told is, on an average, if you get government sponsored grants, it's usually a minimum of 10% matching and matching funds on the grant. So we would have to have a minimum of $350,000. That account is just now, maybe Susie can maybe give us a better figure, but we're just now reaching between $250,000 and $300,000. So we still got a ways to go. It's a slow process, and I'm just like the citizen myself. It's a slow process, but we still need that $2 a month off the water bills to put towards these funds for have all these parks rebuilt. I mean, we're the city, regardless, they got old infrastructure and stuff that needs to be done. So, that needs to be concentrated on their part. So as far as the parks, this is the way the administrations, we figured out how to get new parks, get rebuilt parks. And it's still gonna take a while, because grants, you just don't get them overnight. But what I was trying to reassure you, that $2 is being earmarked for these parks. And we feel that, especially if we go after one of the other school properties, is gonna be expensive. So that fee right now, on the light side is $3.5 million. If we go after one of the school properties, it's gonna be up there itself, and it'll probably bump that total to $5 million. With that being said, matching funds, we need 500,000 in the bank. And again, it's gonna be a couple of years to get there, you know, because the way the from what I've been told, our meters goes off the water meters, and there's roughly 6,000 or whatever, so that computes to $144,000 annually. So that's what it's taken to build up to this matching funds. We're, you know, like I say, we're approaching 300,000, but we still got a ways to go to get there, so we'd have those funds in reserve for if and when these grants come through and we have the matching money that we can apply to it. I guess that's about it. I don't know.
No, Mayor,
else have
yeah,
questions?
go
Anybody
ahead,
in the
Cecil.
audience have a question?
This is an item that will be heard tonight under the agenda for formal adoption by the council, should they support it as is. I can tell you from having sat in these meetings, these folks have rolled up their sleeves and worked to get feedback and input from the community so that this was a well thought out plan that was brought before you. So Mr. Bach, for you, for everybody, Ms. Griffin.
I just wanted to add that it was very exciting learning about all of the parks that we have in the city of Lamarck. I didn't realize we had as many as we had. And so our parks have been closed due to COVID. And I just want to remind the community, whatever district you in, we're trying to get our families back in the park. We're trying to get our kids active and involved and engaged in doing things. So we are looking forward to host some pop-up events in the parks, in the little niche and neighborhood parks. And we ask the districts to support whatever activities we do. If you have any thoughts and ideas about something you want us to do at your park, you just need to reach out to us. We are working closely with Public Works. We've gone out to all 9 parks and done inventory of the immediate maintenance items that we need. We've gotten some neighborhoods that's gonna help us paint the park signs. Some of the signs need to be painted, so we have some groups who have volunteered to come out and help us with that. There are some other things that Public Works is identifying for us that we can get volunteers to help us with. So if there is anyone that want to be involved in that, if any neighborhood want to be involved in that, please reach out to us and we'll get you on the list. So when we have things scheduled for parks or events, you guys can participate. And so I just say to City Council, when budget season rolls around, we want to take this from a conceptual master plan to a factual master plan that the community can get behind and support. And thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am. Before you guys go, we may have questions. Cesar, did you?
Like I said, I don't have any further questions, just to acknowledge the Parks Board for their effort in it, for Mr. Craig Forsyth from Adura, who presented this. And like I said, it is an agenda item for you to discuss later on, unless you have any questions of anybody now.
Let's do this. First of all, Mike and Tanya, thank you for serving in our community. Thank you for the work that you've done on the park. Please communicate that to the Parks Board. The council appreciates the work that you all have done. Council, do we wish to ask questions now, or would we want to wait until we get into the agenda item?
Wait until the agenda.
Very good. Is that okay with you, Ms. Yancey? Michael? Casey?
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you all. If you would hang around, I know that's a tough task to ask.
I know.
We'll get to you in the agenda. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now at 4E presentation. Gulf Coast Water Authority. Our friend Brandon Wade and his fine staff are here with us today, and certainly you will address and introduce us to the wonderful people that you've brought with you.
Thank you, Mayor Bell. I truly appreciate the opportunity to be here with you tonight. I have with me Jay Collingsworth. He's one of my assistant general managers. He
Welcome,
handles
Dan.
planning and asset management and administration and all sorts of other fun things. We also have Dave Davis with us. He's also one of my assistant
Welcome,
general
Dave.
manager. He handles finances, contracts, capital improvements, and the like. And again, my name is Brandon Wade. I'm the general manager of the Gulf Coast Water Authority, and I've been with the GCWA for a little over 4 years. Give you a little bit of discussion about my background. I have been in local government for 37 years. Prior to this, I was a city manager of Pflugerville, Texas, which is a suburb of Austin. While I was there, we grew from about 50,000 to 80,000. We were
Wow.
actually one of the fastest growing cities in the United States. And so that was quite the challenge. And prior to that, I was the deputy city manager of Galveston.
Yes.
And I was actually Galveston's representative to the Gulf Coast Water Authority. So it's really good to be back here on the Gulf Coast with you all. Our mission, quite simply, is to reliably deliver water to our customers. I mean, it's just that simple. I know, having been a city manager, you can have all sorts of different things that you're supposed to accomplish and all sorts of different goals. We got one, just one, to reliably deliver water to our customers. And we focus on that very seriously. We know that when we fail, you can't do your jobs, and that's very important to us. So reliable delivery, reliable quality, and reliable rates. I think that's remarkably important for you as well. We serve Brazoria, Fort Bend, and Galveston counties. Some of you may know we used to be the Galveston County Water Authority years and years ago. Well, we're the Gulf Coast Water Authority now and have a little bit bigger service area. We serve 18 different communities, 8 petrochemical sites, and 17,000 acres of rice, essentially. In Brazoria County, some of our customers include Pearland and Ineos Chemicals and Ascend Chemicals. In Fort Bend, we provide water to Sugar Land, Missouri City, Stafford, and Pecan Grove. Some of our extensive delivery system, and by the way, we get all of our water out of the Brazos River. And so we have several pump stations that are on the Brazos itself. We have the ability to deliver 200 million gallons of water a day to our various different customers. We have a couple of reservoirs totaling 12,000 acre feet. And if anybody wants to know what an acre foot is, think of an acre a foot deep of water. That's a little over 300,000 gallons of water. So we have 2 reservoirs that total that much. In the northern portion of Texas City is one of them. We hold about a month's worth of water in that reservoir. And it was the foresight of the Texas City Industrial Complex folks that got that reservoir into place. We have 315 miles worth of canals, 35 miles of pipelines that distribute water to the various different cities, and a 57 million gallon a day water treatment plant that serves about 200,000 customers, Galveston County residents. Our water treatment plant, again, 57 million gallons a day. That's a picture in the middle of our SCADA control room. The water plant itself is very thoroughly set up with computer monitoring and control. And it is manned around the clock. As a matter of fact, if you call us in the middle of the night, that's who you get to talk to. And they are very well versed in how to handle various different situations. We have 13 municipal customers in Galveston County. This is the list of those customers. They're all off the Thomas Mackey Water Treatment Plant. And I believe that you guys were one of the very first because of your relationship with the city of Texas City back then. Many of you may know that right after Texas City built the water treatment plant, very shortly thereafter, the Gulf Coast Water Authority purchased it. We very much value our relationship with you. I have a presentation that could probably last about an hour and a half, but I want to be respectful of your time this evening. I'll tell you that if any of you want to come over and talk water with me, you come over anytime. We'll talk up anything you want to know about water. What I've done though is I have left with your city clerk a copy, first of all, of our history book, which is very recently printed. And in addition, our 2021 accomplishments book for you as well. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over for just a moment to Jake Hollingsworth. Jake's going to show you a little bit about our water and what it costs.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. Put together a quick presentation for you on the water rates of our customers in our Thomas Mackey Water Treatment Plant. So I'll do a little explaining on each slide as we go. So first, we're going to talk about our wholesale treated water rates. This is the water rate that comes out of the Thomas Mackey Water Treatment Plant as a whole. So this is before the water's delivered to the customers. This isn't the customer rates. This is just the cost to operate the plant. And it's comparing it to other wholesale treated water providers across the state. This was a survey I performed just to show where our rates fall in with the rest of the state. And if you look at the far left of the slide, GCWA falls in just under 84 cents per 1,000 gallons of water at the fence at the Thomas Mackey Water Treatment Plant. And if you include the delivery charges as a whole, it goes up to just under 87 cents per 1,000 gallons. And then across the state, you can see other provider charges for that same 1,000 gallons of water, the cost. Someone that's close to us in distance, Brazosport Water Authority is at $3.37 per 1,000. The average is right at $2.50 per 1,000 gallons. Now we'll get into the municipal rates. This one's tricky because everybody has a different rate structure. So what I actually did was did a survey. I used the Texas Municipal League survey to do part of this. And what they do is they survey the cities of the state and see how many responses they can get. And in 2020, they got about 150 responses. So what they do is they normalize the cost for a water bill based on 5,000 gallons of usage. So everybody's all-in cost for water, whatever it is total for 5,000 gallons, they divide that by 5, and that's your per 1,000 gallon rate. So that's what I've done is normalized all of our municipal customers at the Mackey plant. And this is just the list from least to greatest. City of Lamarck comes in at $4.58 per 1,000 gallons of water based on 5,000 gallons of usage per 1,000 gallons. And that includes the base rate for water, which in Lamarck, I believe is in the $8 range. That's the minimum you can get charged for water alone. This does not include sewer or anything else that gets added to the water bill. This is strictly the cost of water. And you can see that we range pretty greatly from $2.90 all the way to $10 per 1,000. So I mentioned that I did the survey using the Texas Municipal League responses. The blue line across this chart is the least to greatest response from that Texas Municipal League. So actually the lowest water rate reported in the state of Texas was a Thomas Mackey Water Treatment Plant customer at $2.90 per 1,000. And that's Mud 12, which is Bayou Vista. You can see where Lamarck falls in. It's well in the 20th percentile. It's really, really low on the water rate side. So the further you go to the right, the higher you are in the percentiles. And then, so you have your water rate, and then GCWA also charges you a rate. So this is actually looking at the Lamarck rate compared to what GCWA charges Lamarck for that same 1,000 gallons of water. So where it's circled in red, Lamarck charges for 1,000 gallons of water $4.58. The Lamarck portion of the water bill that comes from GCWA, our share of that is $1.53 per 1,000 gallons. So we make up about 33.5% of the Lamarck water bill comes as passed through cost from Gulf Coast Water Authority. And you can see that varies pretty greatly across the board too with customers in our own system. Galveston's at 26% and Bayou Vista's at 53%. It's a pretty wide swing. So go into a little bit of what we're looking for the future. We are really getting deep into making sure we're developing a planning culture, making sure that we're planning properly for the future for all of our customers, and making sure that we're going to be able to continue to reliably deliver water for the next 50 years, however long we need it to be. So what we're actually doing, we're looking at the water shortage potential across the state and showing that we need to start prepping for our water resource planning. And that really focuses on making sure we deliver what we have today and continue to make that better. Look at conservation. How can we better use the water we have available to us today? Also putting in capital projects and looking at new water sources. So not just managing what we have today, but looking for the next source of water, where it's going to come from, how much it's going to cost, how are we going to deliver it. So that's really important in the planning cycles. So we're actually developing an integrated water resources comprehensive plan. It's a mouthful. It's essentially a master plan. As city folks, y'all are familiar with master plans. It's the master plan for Gulf Coast Water Authority. It's going to look into the future and continue to plan to deliver water reliably for our customers. It'll have a capital improvement program in it that helps us deliver water today and tomorrow. The next side of this is wanted to talk a little bit about grants. Gulf Coast Water Authority doesn't have a history of really pursuing grants, and that is gone. We are aggressively pursuing grants, and we really are focusing on how we can do mutually beneficial projects with our customers, whether it's a customer that's got a system that's leaking water that needs repairs, that we can find some grants that helps us help you help us. The less water y'all put on the ground, the more water we have available. So we're really, really, really aggressively pushing and going for grants. This is just a slide showing the grant management program we have in place. We've applied for about $150 million in grants so far. We've been awarded 145. Doesn't look very successful, but for your first 5 goes at it, we're looking pretty good. This does not include FEMA grants and funding though. And we have a significant amount of FEMA funding that's on the table to replace a pump station and do some reservoir work. So, and among other things. So we do have a lot of FEMA funding in place. And that's all I have on planning and rates.
Thank you, Jay. You have an item on your agenda tonight to consider extending your partnership with us. We very much appreciate that partnership that you have had with us. I will give you my personal assurance that I will be here for you. I'll make sure that you have my cell phone number. If you need to call me, you can always call me. We truly do intend to reliably provide you with water. I know we've had a problem or two in the last little bit. We've had some learning experiences associated with that, and I think that has made us all better for how we can proceed. So, Mayor, with that, I would be happy to turn it back to you and answer any questions. I'll also have Dave to answer questions when we get to the item.
Very good, very good. We will see you, Mr. Wade, in a few short moments. Thank you, sir. Item 4F presentation is Stifle. Is someone here with Stifle? Certificates of obligation. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
My name is David Webb. I'm a director with Stephen Nicholas. Joining us via the Zoom call is Brad Angst. Also with us, he is your lead banker to the city. And based on a conversation we had late this afternoon with some of your staff, we have revised our presentation. Are we able to share that screen? Mr. Angst will go through this very briefly, and then he and I, as necessary, will try to answer any questions you may have. And here we go. There it is.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, councilors. Thanks for having us. This is Brad Angst with Steeple. Thanks, David, for the intro. We had a few items we wanted to talk to you about this evening. This is the time of year that we always like to connect with the city and a lot of our municipal clients coming out of into budget season, also into the summer months when the tax calculations are done. And it is that time of year where we look to our growing cities in order to provide for some financing options and give you some of these scenarios and opportunities to make sure that you're aware of some of the capabilities and options that you have. We've been working with the city and staff for some time regarding the public safety building, looking at some funding options for that. Some other options or projects that the city may be looking at, including the streets and roads and parks and recreation. So we're not specifically focused on one item tonight, although public safety has been most of the focus here over the last month or so. I'm going to start with a little bit of background information here on slide 3. This is your tax base. This drives quite a bit of the work we do. First and foremost, the responsibility that we take on is trying to keep the tools available to the city in order to accomplish your projects, your capital projects. And we do that by hopefully maintaining the tax rate, and the INS tax rate specifically is what we focus on with you, the interest in sinking fund or the debt service tax rate. Here in the right-hand side, top right-hand side of this slide shows the taxable assessed valuation and the growth that has been occurring in La Marque over the last several years. Going back to 2014, the City of La Marque is averaging more than 10% AV growth a year. And that tells us a couple things. It tells us, first off, you're growing tremendously fast, one of the fastest growing areas in the state. With that growth, though, comes, of course, a strain on a lot of the services you provide, also a lot of your assets and the facilities and buildings that you have. To us, on our side, on the finance side, and as your financial advisors, it also represents potential opportunities for the city to be able to accomplish some of your projects without increasing that tax rate. And that's a big part of what we want to talk to you about just here in a moment. First up, though, we wanted to review your current debt portfolio with you. Going back to 2014 here, we list out all the different obligations that are currently outstanding. There's been good opportunities here over the last several years to lock in low interest rates, represented there in the column fourth from the right. We are, of course, now in a rising interest rate environment. We expect interest rates to continue to go up here over the next coming months and year. In addition to the rising interest rates, of course, we're dealing with quite a bit of construction inflation and the cost of your projects going up. So again, this time of year, we focus with a lot of our municipalities to try and lock in these projects in order to get this financing completed before we get into the summer months and the July timeframe, really to set the budgeted tax rates and the amount that it's going to take to repay those. Okay, moving to this next slide. We've put together a hypothetical scenario here of a couple of options that the city could use if they decided to pursue either the public safety building or a number of different projects with the use of a certificate of obligation. What we've done is we've looked at about a $15 million scenario to see how affordable this would be to the city and how the tax impact would be to your current tax rate. So this funding takes account for the growth that's happened in La Marque over the years, and it layers on this new funding in the amount of about $15 million without increasing your total tax rate. So we were very mindful of that. Based on a tax growth rate of approximately 10% next year, in line with the averages and some of the initial feedback that's coming from the county assessor. And then we lower that to about 5% through 2027 and 2% thereafter. We were using market rates from the end of April, and we added a 50 basis point buffer. And you'll see here on the right side of the page are some of the results that we got from this possible scenario. So 15 million of project funds would be delivered based on about 14.2 million of bonds issued. That gets a interest cost of about 4.45% based on those current market rates. This is a 30-year structure that would have an annual debt service payment of about $915,000 per year. Again, I want to point out that this was done, this is able to be accomplished without that tax increase based on that 10% growth next year. Now here on the left-hand side, I have a couple more bullets and items that we want to address. This additional INS capacity that I just mentioned is largely due to the growth that continues to occur in the city and within your city limits. And then the timing that I keep referencing here is the ability to get this done before that next tax rate calculation. Otherwise, you're going to have further compression in your total tax rate. Now, in discussion with city staff and others, it sounds like there's quite a bit of work going into potential planning for a public safety building, trying to establish some cost and engineering the right size of the project. And so we wanted to also present this other option and backup plan should there be a little bit more timing that is needed. And so another way to handle this, if you needed a bit more time, is to actually use this same capacity that I just described, the capacity to issue certificates of obligation without a tax increase, instead of issuing that at this date, doing that in a few months' time, but using this current tax calculation period to bring in those payments and actually pay down some of your debt obligations early. And if that were done, it would carve out some additional space for a certificate of obligation in order to pay it off quicker and actually lower that cost. So there's a couple different options we're looking at here as we near the end of the fiscal year and the next tax year that I wanted to point out. This next slide here shows a bar chart, graphical representation of how this is accomplished. So the dark blue bars on the bottom represent your current debt payments. The orange line up top represents capacity to take on projects and capacity to take on additional debt service without a tax increase for the total tax rate, that is. So as your M&O is compressed, that provides some additional flexibility on the capital financing side of the equation. The purple line here up top represents that INS tax rate that I was describing. You'll see it goes up just slightly in 23, then it starts to decline steadily over each year. Again, making sure that doesn't increase over time, and it leaves you some flexibility in the future for additional projects as you continue to grow. And then this is the backup data here, the tables and the numbers and the figures that prove up the total INS tax rate here on the right-hand side of the column. With that, I'd like to pause and see if there's any discussion or questions that you may have. I also want to point out that the resolution that is later on the agenda is at this point for discussion purposes. It is a form of the resolution. We wanted to make sure you had a look at that. You'll notice that there's no amounts filled in. It is at this point only for discussion purposes and not action.
Very good. Thank you, sir. We have an item, council, that relates to this under our resolutions. Would we like to pull that and have that discussion at that time? What do we think?
Is he still going to be available?
Will you all still be available?
I'm available to you.
For the duration of the meeting?
Remainder of the evening. I think Mr. Angst will not be. Just to reiterate what he was saying, based on our conversation with your staff and your bond counsel, our feeling was that we would not take action on that resolution in 9M later this evening.
So that's
Okay.
being withdrawn. Well,
So
then-
you're recommending that we don't take action at this time?
Yes.
Okay, very good, very good.
Mayor, if I may.
Mayor Pro Tem and then Cesar, go ahead.
If we're not taking action, then I have some questions.
Yeah.
Right now. I need some clarity. First of all, your PowerPoint presentation, I have older eyes. I can't see it from where I'm at. So I'd like to have that sent to me.
We made some last minute revisions based on our late afternoon discussion today. We will get that to your staff tomorrow, who can
So if you could
send that on to you.
The other thing is my question is this, so you've made the statement that you can issue COs without increasing for 15 million without increasing the total tax rate.
Yes.
My question is, what tax rate were you utilizing?
I can answer that, David. So we're fully aware of what of the election and the rollback that just occurred. The INS tax rate is separate from your maintenance and operations tax rate. And so we are focused on that tax rate and the compression that is going to occur on the M&O side due to additional growth in the district or within the city limits. So we are using the assumption of the current 18.99 cent INS tax rate with an approximate additional 3 cent compression on the M&O side of the equation.
You're assuming the 30-year and you're restructuring your debt at from 90K to 915K per year. That's with the no tax increase. So let me ask you this. What happens if you don't come out over the 30-year period with the consistent 10-year growth per year? How does that impact your calculation?
You have been growing at more than 10% per year.
That's not my question.
But the assumptions that we built into that were 5% for the next 3, 4, or 5 years, Brad, and then 2% for every year thereafter.
All right, so
much more conservative. Yes, sir. Yeah, we definitely want to present the most conservative picture that we can to you, knowing that your growth will probably outstrip that.
Okay. The orange line, your capacity, our capacity to take on additional projects or additional debt in reality. What's the maximum then? What's the maximum of that orange line without a tax increase? We're working with 15 million. My question is
what's the maximum dollar amount?
Yeah, what's the maximum dollar on a CO?
If we've filled your full capacity for the next 30 years.
Yeah.
I don't have that calculation completed, but I would estimate, there's probably 30 to 50 million of capacity without that increase. You can't do that all at once because you have to wait for actual growth to occur. But that's a number we could get back to you and provide, but it's a pretty large number, sir.
Well, my economic side, talking about the cost of money right now versus later. That's why I'm interested in knowing. So what I'm hearing is that there's a possibility that we know cost of money is going to be higher later. The value of the dollars
lower. And so items cost more. What I'm hearing is that if there's a plan under that over a period of time, you're taking on more debt now, that's something that's reasonable.
Rates are moving up. We have built in some assumptions about rates moving up into the numbers that we have projected. If we were to go out in the market fairly soon, we know approximately what that's going to cost for 30 years. Rates are going to continue.
Yeah.
We suspect to go up the rest of this year and into next year.
So if our goal was to really transform the city, the parks, the other our leaking pipes, these things, then that's what there's a possibility of that.
Timing, yes.
Okay.
Timing would be of the essence. The sooner we move on some of that, the more bang for your buck you can get.
All right, thanks.
Mayor, may I?
Go ahead.
Just also as a follow-up, although the item is not a item that we're ready to vote on today, we wanted to include it for you to have terms of discussion, to ask any questions you may have. Because as we did mention, since time is of the essence, if we are going to pursue this soon, or if we're going to consider it for it to occur this year, our window is closing. Could you touch on the time frame that we would have?
I'm sorry.
Could you touch on the time frame that we would have should we choose to make a decision on this year? What does our window look like to start the process? We can have more time to issue it should we choose, but for the education law, what does our time frame look like? Brad, I know we had brief discussions on that.
Yes, sir. Happy to address that first, David. So in order to get to that tax rate calculation, which happens in mid-July, and get in front of this and lock rates soon, we would have to get started on a certificate of obligation within the next couple weeks if we wanted to hit that timeline and take advantage of the growth that's happening this year. You know, as you grow and you gain that AV, that's one way we're able to do this without a tax rate increase. And so staying in front of that timeline, in front of that tax rate calculation, allows you to take advantage of this year's growth. As I said, we do feel it's very important that you have a well-planned project, that we know, you know, fully how the project will be fully funded, not just a portion of it. It's important to have the full picture. So if that materialized, where you had an idea of what your project costs are and how to get them fully funded over the next couple of weeks, this is something that we could get going.
So although that we have a moving target on this, it does behoove us, as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, to, if we're going to look at taking advantage of today's dollars to do so at today's rates, if that's something that the council would like to consider. We wanted to bring it before you, so if you wanted to make that decision, you could do so in a timely basis.
Very good. Let's clear this up and clean it up a bit. What is that time frame we're looking at? Is it July?
Technically, we would have to, and correct me if I'm wrong, we would have to at least have a ballpark figure within the next week or so to 2 weeks to have a general idea of what the numbers are. Now, we may not identify, for example, as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, you might say we're going to couple it into a certain amount to say that we're going to throw in public safety building, because we do know the public safety building committee is still working on identifying all the needs. But if you wanted to say we're going to look for a ballpark figure, I don't know, let's just say for the sake of discussion, maybe not 15, maybe not 10, but 12.5. For example, then you say, all right, we're going to get whatever we can get done within 12.5, then they can go start your calculations based on that. Okay. And that's where we wanted to set that you don't have to decide tonight, obviously, because we're going to, have further discussion on it. But if we do choose to move forward on this to make the actual repairs and the improvements that the residents have stepped forward and said that they want and that they need, that we do need to act quickly. And I think that's the only message we're trying to say. Yes. We're not in any which way saying we have a mechanism to address this. Obviously, there's costs associated with it, and those costs would vary by how much we would take. However, if we take the loan or the actual certificate of obligations now versus later, as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, the cost of the dollar changes.
Okay, so snap. I'm sorry, Jim. Go ahead.
Just for clarity, just to follow up on.
Go ahead.
The language of the CO, the language is such that it can be a variety, what other cities have done. It could be public safety, it could be some other capital project, the language. Is that correct?
It is. You can put some broad explanations around the projects that you want to pursue. However, the Texas legislature in the last session did restrict some of the items that can be completed with that. And so it's just important that we identify which projects you want to pursue. The scope of that actual project can shift. It can be modified slightly as you progress and you get the details of your project and your construction timeline set.
But for just as a practical matter, you don't want to be bound just simply to say it's public safety building, for example.
No.
It's broad language that would permit us to say, well, fine, look, by the way, we've got funding that we have another funding source over here of $3 million that we can throw to the public safety building. So now we can switch 3 million from the CO to utilize that for the parks project, for example. So so typically, for my experience, you usually have a top three. You usually have parks, you have some infrastructure projects like pipes, repairing pipes, and you have maybe a public safety component. Those are the three.
Yes.
Certainly, we're in a position to do that.
I see what you're getting at now, and yes, that is advisable to provide some of that flexibility should one project cost come in lower, that you're able to tackle some of your other priorities that the council would approve. It's not a quick process to secure this type of funding. It's not that simple, and so going for that amount that's going to accomplish some of that and make sure you have that buffer in there is advisable as well.
And Mr. Compion, I think what you're asking really is a legal question. Bond counsel would be better advised in responding to that. And in fact, trying to seat of the pants guess what the answer might be, probably prohibited.
Well, I'd like to get some clarity
to do that.
Yes, on that side.
So yeah, a very good question.
And by the way, I'm going to keep repeating this. All of this, once again, I'm hearing would be accomplished without a tax increase.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Yes, that not knowing exactly what dollar amount we wanted to play with, 15 million right now is that's just sort of our plug-in number for discussion purposes. That may go up, it may go down, it may go away. But that was the number, for better or for worse, that we started with. But the number one etched in stone goal is no INS tax increase.
Okay.
No total tax increase.
That is our goal. Your staff has been very clear. I think y'all have been very clear about that in the past.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Again, so that we can get clarity. The end of July is basically the time frame. Yes or no?
We would.
Well, let's ask Susie what her time frame.
I just really want us to. When do we need to decide
the tax rate calculations?
We need a decision prior to July. That's when we have to be completed.
A decision by June.
We need to have a sale complete by the time she's going to prepare her tax rate calculations. So.
And normally from the Galveston tax office, they normally do the effective tax rate calculations around early part of August. The certified roll should come out the last week of July. Once the certified roll comes out, that is when Cheryl Johnson's office and her staff could start doing the calculation. So I would say early part of August.
So if I may, Mayor, to kind of work backwards from that, and if I'm understanding this correctly, ideally, it would have been great if we would have done this already. However, in light of the situation, we're probably got a week to 2 weeks time to solidify something. 3 weeks, Brad, I'm probably not holding you to it, but about 3 weeks maximum.
Yes, sir. Given Susie's comments that we just received.
We work backwards to get the administrative work done before we get to July.
So when do you need council to consider?
Since tonight is not an option, within the next week, if possible, would be ideal for administratively for us to have this discussion, take advantage of these rates.
But this one, you would need our final approval in a week. You would just need approval to start the process. And
Brad.
then we would be able to come back again, correct?
Brad, correct me if I'm correct, in saying that, yes, with the final hopefully coming by the June meeting?
That's correct. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Yes, the process would be started in approximately 1 week's time. That would be a notice of intent to issue. There would be a 46-day review period by the public, and then you wouldn't finalize until after that.
Very good.
So we're looking at July meeting at the latest.
Very good. So the reason I'm emphasizing this is we have a public safety. This is for all of our community. We have a public safety committee that has been named by this council, and they're working through this process. They are the representatives of the community. So I believe Chief Smith is in the back. Would you stand up, please, Chief Smith? He is a member of this committee. And the reason that I am saying this to you is if you have any questions about this, any concerns, heartburns, if you don't think it's a good idea, if you don't think that we should do this, before the council has to deliberate, please, I ask you to make sure that you're communicating with our committee, because they're your voices. Because when they come back to us and make a recommendation, that recommendation will be based on their feedback from the community. And this council does not want to vote on anything if we don't have a clear indication that the community is wanting us to move forward. So please, 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 please ask questions, tell your concerns to those members of that public safety committee so that the council can make an educated decision. And that was my only point with making sure that we understood the time frame. Any other questions for these gentlemen?
I know our time frame is a little pushy. And there, like Brad discussed, there are ways that we could defease some debt, build that into the debt service to keep your rate where it is and delay this decision into the fall. Or we can move quickly right now. Just want to reiterate, we're not trying to talk you into something. I'm not trying to twist your arm into something. We're here to serve you, not the other way around.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We totally understand that, and we appreciate you all's presentation. Thank you.
Thanks.
Let's move now to item 5A in the public safety section, Safe City Initiative, Resource Crisis Center, Cicely Henderson, Executive Director. Ms. Cicely, hello and welcome. Thank you all for being so patient.
Thank you so much. I'm going to invite my team up here because you
can do
are
that.
going to be seeing them in your community. We are so excited to be a part of the Safe City Initiative. And this is actually our first MOU that we've signed with a city inside of our county. And so I wanted to go over briefly what we are going to be doing in this initiative. This agreement is entered into between the City of Lamarque and the Resource Crisis Center of Galveston County for the purpose of coordination, a continuum of care, and to ensure the most comprehensive services available to law enforcement, adolescents 17 and under, and the community at large. The mission of RCC is to promote the safety, well-being, and best interest of victims of family violence, sexual assault, and child abuse, while advocating for the prevention of such crimes. This collaboration will revolve around the scope of this mission to better serve the victims and the City of Lamarque residents. So we've got 4 points here, and some of my team are going to be providing some extra information on each point. But briefly, I'm going to go over that. 1, RCC shall assist and support City of Lamarque and their Safe City Initiative by providing services in the partnership with the City of Lamarque social worker. RCC will collaborate with the City of Lamarque for activities and socioeconomic programs to enhance the quality of life of Lamarque residents and provide community resources and cross referrals to assist as needed. The second point, RCC shall assist and support City of Lamarck and their Safe City initiative by providing an emphasis on developing adolescent youth advocacy programs for prevention, intervention, and the treatment of juveniles to include after-school curriculum as able. And we'll go into more detail in a moment. RCC shall assist and support the City of Lamarck and their Safe City initiative by providing education to law enforcement. Education can be in the form of giving presentations, monthly ride-alongs with law enforcement, providing additional victim resources and support services as able. And finally, RCC shall assist and support the City of Lamarck and their Safe City initiative by providing community engagement through education, community events, and city functions. So this went into effect on May 1st, 2022. And now I'm going to let our first come up, Rosa Salinas, and she will step up to the plate and let you know some of her ideas on this.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Rosa Salinas. I'm the lead non-residential case manager at RCC. So some of the key points that I would like to discuss tonight, it's the people that we serve at RCC, which is men, women, and children, victims of family violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. Some of the services that we provide, we have a 24-hour hotline. We assist single and families within our shelter that's located in Galveston Island. We also have the non-residential services. We have 2 offices, one in Lake City and another one in Galveston. During the services that we provide in those offices, bilingual case management, protective orders, bilingual therapy, psychiatry, police and court accompaniment to our victims, and referrals. So we work a lot with the community, with other agencies, whether they're nonprofit or not, and so we can better collaborate and assist our victims. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm going to pass on to Renee Ogundana.
Hi, good evening. I am our lead crisis intervention specialist. And so what I do is I oversee our sexual assault program in Galveston. And so what we've been doing recently is we've been working with the Galveston Police Department and doing ride-alongs. And what we found in our department is that when we do that, people cooperate more when they can see somebody who's not in uniform. And it's just, we found that we just give them like the best opportunity to get the resources available for them. And so what we want to do is offer that to Lamarck PD. So I'm really happy to work with the City of Police and making sure that, we provide that resource for them. And I feel like this is important because I don't know if you know the statistics, but 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men will be victims of domestic violence. And every 68 seconds, somebody is a victim of assault, sexual assault. And every 9 minutes, that assault is a minor. So it's very much needed. And again, I'm happy to be working with you as a Lamarck resident. So I'm really appreciative that I have this opportunity to work with my fellow residents.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Granger Brooks. I am the Development and Outreach Manager. And our goal is to come on board with offering resource fairs where we partner with the Galveston County Food Bank and the Lamarck Police Department during a child ID and fingerprinting session. We also want to offer our Building Healthy Relationships in the Communities. We want to offer our Happy Bear, which is Healthy Touch collaboration. And that's a collaboration with the Child Advocacy Center. And do something special at our Lamarck store, which is over in Delaney Mall, where we have a special event there. And any other community events that we find that will benefit this community. Looking forward to the collaboration. And I return it to Ms. Hicks.
Again, we're honored to help the City of Lamarck. We're very excited about this. And when I grew up, the city of Lamarque was a vibrant, thriving, safe community, and we want to help you get there in any way we can. We know it's vibrant, and we want to make it safer. One thing that I do want to bring up is we will be providing some education on online grooming, which leads to human trafficking, and that's a big problem in our area. Also a buzzword now in the media, something called sextortion. And so what we want to do through education and awareness is help prevent this from happening in your community as well as all of Galveston County. And we thank you for having us here.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
Okay.
you all for coming.
You're
Yes,
welcome.
ma'am. Does anybody have any questions for RCC?
I have one question.
Ms. Sicily?
sir.
Some of my constituents wanted to make sure, is there any financial responsibility on the city side with this MOU or no?
No, sir, there's no financial impact on y'all in any
Okay.
way.
Thank
We're
you.
going to be helping.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I'll look it up.
You look it up?
I'll look it up.
All right. Thank you.
She said sextortion. I was like, what is that?
That's a new buzzword. Yes.
Okay.
And it's happening to young adolescent girls. Thank you.
Thank y'all. Yes, absolutely. We are now to our citizens participation for citizens participation, item 6. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who has signed up may speak to council on a specific agenda item related to 3 minutes, or limited to 3 minutes, excuse me. Should the mayor you should give the mayor your name and the item you wish to speak about in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. The city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed, and personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. Press *6 to mute or unmute if you are visiting with us by phone. Press the microphone icon at the lower portion of your screen to mute and unmute yourself if you're visiting with us via Zoom on a smartphone, tablet, or computer. If you are here, you should have filled out our citizens request to speak form, and you should have turned that into Mrs. Nance prior to our meeting. And so we will ask if there are any persons online wishing to speak at this time. Kyle, do you see anyone? Very good. We'll move now to those that are here in person. Mr. Mishtich, are you still wishing to speak? Yes, sir. Welcome, sir. Robert Mishtich. As always, Mr. Mishtich, please give your address.
Robert Mishtich, 24 North Curlew, Lamarque. Line item 9M, I'm requesting that you, Mayor, or somebody from council pull that item for public discussion tonight. Because if you pass the consent agenda, you are passing authorization to go out and preliminary work this certificate of obligation bond. The documentation on line item 6M does not delineate what kind of usage or anything or any dollar amount. And I think that's putting the cart before the horse. And there needs to be more discussion. From what I heard tonight, it's still using a 55-cent tax rate. He talks about one, but you got to look at the whole thing. The other line item is 6, citizens participation. Okay. I think that it should be removed that an item has to be on the agenda to be discussed. That has been a relatively recent change. And by limiting that, we'd never have a chicken ordinance because that was never an it was never on an agenda item. It became an agenda item because of the discussion. And there's a lot of things that come up and people don't always they don't communicate right all the time with city manager or council person or yourself. But I think the public should have that right to speak about anything that might be of a concern to the citizens.
Sure.
Thank you for
Sure. Thank you. We are pulling that, obviously, and we will pull that before the consent agenda. We've just spoke about how we're going to get feedback and come back to that. And that's noted, Mr. Mishtich, definitely. Thank you for that. Point of information?
Just, I didn't quite understand this point on comments. if you could clarify that.
Oh,
I
okay,
didn't
okay,
understand
okay,
that.
okay. Mr. Mishis, let me try to help him. If I do it incorrectly, you may approach. In the item, he's saying to us in the citizens participation, it says any person with city-related business can speak to council on a specific agenda item. That was something that I believe Robert was put in maybe 5-6 years ago. He's saying that he thinks we should strike that so that anybody with any concern can approach the council to address those concerns. Did I get it right?
Yes.
Okay. That's what he suggested. Okay. Thank you, sir. We are pleased tonight to not be the only elected officials here in our midst. We have had an election here recently on Saturday. One of those elections was to Drainage District number 2. And we have 2 of our newly elected members. And so we want to acknowledge them because one of them is wishing to speak tonight. I believe Mrs. Angel Murphy is here tonight. Ms. Angel, would you stand and let them know? Ms. Angel has just been elected to a position on the Drainage District 2 board. You are in place 1 or 3. Which one? Yes, ma'am. She is one of our new members, as well as Mr. Wayne Hopgood, who just won seat 2, position 2. Is that right? Welcome, Mr. Hopgood, and congratulations. Yes, sir. Both of them are residents of Lamarck, and Mr. Hopgood is seeking to address an item on the agenda tonight. And they're both District A residents. Kim wants bragging rights. Mr. Hopgood, come on and approach. Welcome, sir, and again, congratulations.
Thank you so much. So, first of all, my name is Wayne Hopgood. I'm a constituent here in the city of Lamarck, District A, 406 Edgar. I'm coming tonight to speak on the agenda item number 12, which is addressing the appointments and commissions on the boards and commissions. First of all, I would like to say that we are one Lamarck. One. It's not no left, no right. We are one city, one Lamarck. A house divided cannot and will not stand. I think it's time for peace amongst the citizens. I think it's time for peace, and I think it's time now. Yeah. We need to heal. Yeah. We got enough issues to deal with than bickering amongst adults. What are our children seeing? What are our children learning by watching these adults clown?
Yeah.
And one of the ways that we need to do some better conflict resolution as adults. Let's talk about what we do agree on and build off of it versus what we don't. Let's just start there.
Yeah.
One of the things, the reason why I want to speak about the appointments on the commissions and boards is that I came a couple months ago talking about that we need to make sure that only citizens of Lamarck preside on these and appointed to these commissions and boards. It was told to me it could happen that day. But 2 months later, we're still addressing this.
Yeah.
Now, if we're going to be one Lamarck, then let the citizens of the Lamarck take care of Lamarck. Yeah. Any outside personnel tonight, I might not be here to see it because these meetings seem like they go on forever.
We're working on that, Wayne.
Yeah, but I'm about to go on. But let's please look at bringing in competent individuals that reside within our city.
Yeah.
Anybody outside of our cities, especially on our most important boards. Let's go ahead and tonight make a decision to get these people off our boards. Let's get our productive citizens of this community so that we can be one and be whole. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you.
Clarence Caldwell. For the record, y'all, Wayne lives at 406 Edgar. I got too excited, man. I forgot to ask you to. But Mr. Caldwell, would you give us your address, please?
3603 Prairie Street.
Yes, sir.
Hello, everybody. My issue is about the city of Texas City. And I know it's not City of Lamarck, but the city of Texas City is on our chambers, Texas City of Lamarck, chambers, commerce,
Yes, sir.
or whatever.
Yes, sir.
And they want to take over our school districts and stuff like that. But yet and still, they want to charge us $10 to go on the Texas City Day. I mean, that's not right.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, come on, how much are these people gonna take from us? I mean, why should us as citizens of Lamar pay $10 to go on the Tech City Day?
Yeah.
That's not right. Let us have a sticker to put in our vehicles. Okay? The second issue I have was with TxDOT. We all know about the situation that happened this weekend was horrible. Okay? But we have entrances that's to the freeway that are blocked. And there's no work that's being done. There's no work that's been done for months. One of them is right there around Lake Road up in that area. You can't get onto freeway to go towards Galveston until you get way past that exit. That's not right. These people right there need to have some common sense and open up some of these adult. If you're not working in that area, open it up so people can use it. You know, that's simple. We all are adults here, and I'm speaking for the city of Lamar. That's all.
Yeah.
Thank you. Everybody have a blessed day.
Thank you, Ms. Caldwell. Richard Matthews. Welcome, Mr. Matthews. Please give us your address when you approach, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Matthews at 1A North Curlew in Lamarck,
Yes.
Omega Bay.
Welcome.
As you know, the freeze of 2021 did a lot of damage that was immediate and also did damage that was not immediate. One of those is roads. Omega Bay takes care of their own roads. And we started noticing all kinds of problems in the roads with the base that froze and now cracking and breaking. And so we've got to do some work to the roads. So we recently, myself, started working with FEMA and TDM on trying to get an award through FEMA for roads. We went through the declaration of filing, SAM numbers, all of the GPS locations, all the pictures, everything you can think of. Then FEMA found a statement in their records that says they cannot work with an HOA or POA. Has to go through a city. So my question is, I've been talking with FEMA. They think there's a way that we can take the work that we've done and put it under the award that you're working on, because you're working on an award the same way, and you have 2 projects. They're thinking we can add 3 projects under that, and so then be under the Marque award. The Omega Bay residents will pay for their portion. So we're just asking to be able to work with Susan to get that under that award. May work, may not work, but at least get a try.
Okay. Mr. Matthews, certainly we're sorry that that's happening in our community. And we are definitely, Gus, our city attorney, is listening, and Cesar, would you all make it a point to visit with Mr. Matthews sooner rather than later?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Yes, who should I give this to, Gus or Cesar?
I'll take it.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Time is of essence.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Duly noted.
Danny Barnes. Hello, Mr. Barnes.
How you doing?
Please give us your address, sir.
80 Barnes, 26 North Flamingo, Lamar.
Welcome, sir.
Just wanted to ask, I'm hoping this 10B that I'm looking at has to do with the concrete ordinance that is starting to be enforced in Omega Bay that's never been enforced. As you well know, Omega Bay is a canal community with extremely small lots. Most of the lots are 50 by 90, which makes 4,500 square feet. If you drive through Omega Bay, you'll see that probably 90% of the homes there have concreted front drives within 5 foot of the property line on either side. I've lived there since 2003. I've built 2 homes. Both the homes I've built were on 50-foot wide lots, and I've got 40 foot of concrete. Well, this ordinance says that only 33% of your front yard can be concrete. It has never been enforced in Omega Bay until recently. And now we're getting residents that are trying to put concrete in that are being told they can't put it in, or they have to spend $250 to go in front of a variance board to see if they can do it. That's not right. The purpose of the ordinance, I understand, is for drainage, to try to keep things from flooding. Well, Omega Bay, we have the biggest detention pond in the world. It's called Highlands Bayou, Jones Lake, and West Bay.
Yeah.
We don't flood because of rain. The only time we flood is because of storm surge.
Right.
So I would appreciate if y'all would exempt us from this, so we don't have to worry about this 33% concrete in the front yards. Like I say, 90% of the homes already have most of their fronts concreted anyway. So if y'all would please take that into consideration, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Council, we are now at item 7. I am going to ask council to table item 7 entirely and item 8 entirely and reschedule this for May 17th so that we can allow our city attorney to get an opinion, because he was presented with a question about wording on those ordinances. So we want to give him a chance to answer that legal question before we proceed. If you all agree, I will entertain a motion to table. If not, you can make a motion to do whatever you choose.
I make the motion that we table this to May 17th.
Is there a second?
Second.
There is no discussion on the table. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That takes care of items 7 and 8. We will have that on the 17th. We're now to item 9. We are, council, moving, Kiara, we are removing item M tonight. But we are pulling certain items out. We know that item C has to be pulled out. Item G has to be pulled out. Item H has to be pulled out. C, G, and H have to be pulled out. Now I'm asking Gus on tonight, does he recommend that we pull item I out, trails at Woodhaven Lakes?
That's up to council. I don't, I'm not aware of any issues with trails at Woodhaven Lake.
This company was a contributor to my campaign. Do you want me to pull that and allow Joe to take over?
That's up to you, Mayor. I understand that the contributions have been reported in accordance with Texas law, and that is the disclosure that's required.
Let's do this, friend. We're gonna take the resolutions. We'll go C, G, H, and on I, Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like for you to handle section I for us so that we can make sure that we're good. Very good. Now,
just for clarity, we're pulling all those items
for discussion and action.
They're not part of a consent agenda.
Right. We're gonna vote on the consent and then take those one by one.
And I'm also pulling item for discussion of A and B.
You want A and B? Okay.
Yes, and the D.
You want D as well?
Is D,
Yeah, you already
yes.
said D.
Okay, so that leaves E, F, J, K, and L. Are we clear, council? When we are voting on the consent agenda, we're voting on E, F, J, K, and L.
Right.
Very good. I'll entertain a motion to approve those items just delineated for approval.
May I ask a question why we're pulling I? Or I'm sorry, not I, sorry. H.
We're pulling H because of the name of the organization.
Gotcha.
The only change is to the name of the organization. We have to have the complete name.
Gotcha, thank you.
Any others? I need a second for that consent.
Second.
Kara, did I get a motion and a second?
Didn't get a motion. Who made the motion?
You made the motion?
Approve the consent agenda.
And,
And I'll
okay.
second it.
So on the resolution, there's no discussion. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Let's take now item A, 9A. Resolution number letter R-2022-0015, establishing criteria the city council will adhere to when conducting redistricting of city council districts. Kyle, let's try to start with 5 on our discussion, see if we can get through it. Mayor Pro Tem, you wanted to pull this
Yeah,
one?
it's for discussion. The, in the resolution. To pull, and Gus, in the resolution, there's language to the effect that, here it is. The language that a citizen presenting a plan to council for consideration, and just by way of background, we're required to rezone here. And this is the initiation of that process. It indicates, and this is the second to the last paragraph, Gus.
Yes.
On page 2, that they must submit, a citizen must show the full number of districts and should redistrict the entire city. The council may decline to consider any plan that is not a complete plan. And I'm pointing that out, councilors, to say this, I've been involved in drawing these. And that's an extensive burden for a citizen to submit their thoughts, that they have to come back and submit a whole workup on a redistricting plan and all the maps, especially when there's not language in this particular resolution that also requires the law firm that's doing the initial set of plans to provide us the source documents. So the source documents need to be made available for anybody. With those source documents, then a citizen can take advantage of open source software. It's available at no cost online, and they can take that source information and then draw their own lines and then come back and then submit a plan if they wish to and come back. But furthermore, just hearing in terms of the public hearing part, I think it's important that we consider language that any citizen has with regard to their ideas on lines. You know, whether they want their neighborhood to be changed or things of this nature, without that testimony being ignored. And that's why I'm concerned about that particular line in there on this particular resolution.
Is that it, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, that's it.
Gus, would you like to respond?
Sure. So this document came from redistricting council, and what I would say is that this just says the council may decline. It does not obligate the council to decline it.
Okay. And can we get some clarity that with regard to the source document?
Yes, I will follow up.
That would be provided to anybody that requires that.
Yes,
Any
yes,
work
Mayor
on
Pro
that?
Tem.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion on item 9A?
And with that, then I'll go ahead and move
make a motion? Okay.
that we approve.
We have a
this.
motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Item 9B. Resolution number R-2022-0016, establishing guidelines for the submittal of redistricting plans and comments to city council. Mayor Pro Tem.
And this item, this particular resolution, once again, 4 or 5, it's really applicable, and just from my background, when you have larger cities, this language under 5 says comments must be submitted in writing and be legible, even if the person also makes the comments orally at a public hearing. I'm suggesting that comments made in the public hearing should suffice. They don't have to also be written down. That's our obligation. We're taping our meetings. They're available. There's a record that's established there, and there's not any need to have comments by a citizen submitted in writing as well. So I move, if we could, just strike that particular paragraph 5 is what I'm suggesting.
Gus, do you have a response to that, Pro Tem?
The city is free to do that. The part about the comments being in writing is just to ensure that the city has a record of all of the comments that are made We will need to ensure that we not only record these meetings, but citizens speak into the mic. I know that's sometimes an issue, so we'll just need to ensure that they speak into the mic and that Kyle gets their voices heard. If that's
So you want to,
Can we modify that?
yeah, that's what I was
paragraph?
gonna say. You want to take
Um,
the whole thing out, Joe, or do you want to try to work on it?
Can we just modify it by saying comments must be submitted in writing and be legible, comma, unless the person also makes those comments orally at a public hearing? Because like you said, we're taping them. So that should suffice as a
So but they're having to submit maps. Why would they not submit things in writing? If they're
But
having,
this is
well,
not,
but if they come before us and
Okay.
do it during a public hearing, that way, because they could also do it in writing. But this way, it modifies it so they can do that.
And this is just addressing the comments. So they could come with a plan of, here's how we globally should redistrict the city, or they could come with a comment that I think, I probably would, but I think I should be in this district, not this district, or I think you should use this landmark, not this landmark, those sorts, and kind of getting to the Mayor Pro Tem's comment about in the last item that does the council necessarily want to force people to come with a whole plan for the city or just individual?
so you
More specific.
So you
area.
feel do you feel comfortable legally with this discussion as far as?
As long as we can ensure that those people speak into the microphone, and I realized that I was just not doing that, but.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm really saying is that comments may be submitted in writing
And also,
and be legible, or or the person may make comments orally at a public hearing. I guess that's what I'm really saying.
Casey,
I was just gonna ask for I think Joe just gave it, but I'm having trouble. It seems to me like we do need to get at least people's names written down for minutes purposes, and it sounds like I don't want to cause something where Kiara's having to, and the clerk's office is chasing down audio and video to try and figure out who said something.
yeah.
That's my only concern. I understand what Joe is saying, and I think that that's very valid, that like we don't want to discourage anyone from coming to voice their opinion and in whatever way is most available to them. But it does seem like we need people to write their names down, at least.
And if I can speak to that, it follows further on in the resolution, people are required to give their names and email addresses to allow, should staff or a council member want to contact them further about their comments, they can do that.
Yeah, that's in six.
Okay, so let's see where we are. Are we removing section 5? Or are we amending it? We're about into our 5 minutes, as much as we can go. What do you suggest, Mayor Pro Tem? What do you want to offer?
All I'm suggesting is maybe an amendment just to say comments may be submitted in writing.
Let's do it like,
be legible.
okay.
And or a person may also make comments orally at a public hearing.
Okay, Kiara, are you getting that? All right, we're gonna go quick. I'll need a motion to approve item 9B. Yeah, I'm gonna get that and go back in. I need a motion to approve item 9B.
I motion to approve 9B.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Joe. Now I need a motion to amend it.
So move.
Joe is making that motion. Kiara is writing it up. Kiara, are you ready to repeat that back to us? This is the amendment, ladies and gentlemen, of section 5.
I think I have it. Sorry. The amendment I have says comments may be submitted in writing and be legible and or made verbally during public comment.
Very good. Does that sound appropriate?
Yes.
I move that we approve that amendment.
Second.
Any discussion on the amendment? Here none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor on the amendment?
Aye.
aye.
Any opposed? Now we're moving to vote on item 9B as amendment. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Item 9C, resolution number letter R-2022-0017, authorizing a contract with Gulf Coast Water Authority. Mr. Wade, you all have been patient, but I believe now is the time that we will poke and pick at your brain. So you may approach. Do we want to entertain a motion before we get into this discussion, council? Are there any questions for Mr. Wade and his staff?
I do.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
So let's get some clarity. The original agreement, the Galveston County Water Authority one, had as the contract quantity, as I've looked over this, for Lamarque, the 1,454,000 gallons daily, correct? The original one.
The original one, yes, sir.
The original one. And there was a reserve capacity under that original contract of 2 million gallons per day.
The record I have is 2,780,000 gallons.
Not the original. That's the subsequent amendment you're talking about.
Yes.
That's that fig, but the original had the 2 million. In the original agreement, you had HLMP as a party to the agreement. What happened to HLMP?
They sold all of their water.
They sold it and you
To the current customer.
to the current customer. You reallocated it.
We didn't reallocate it. It was done in a third-party sale by HLMP to the individual cities.
Okay. And Lamarque didn't participate in
I
in
don't
that?
know that. I didn't go back and research all the history.
Okay. Now, under the amendment, the most recent one, the one that we operate under right now,
Yes.
we're looking at the current quantities that is for the city of Lamarque is our 1,650,000 gallons per day.
I don't have that number.
Okay, it's Exhibit B under the
So with
agreement.
all of the contract totals that I have with all the amendments, the total for city of Lamarque is 2,780,000 a day.
2,780,000. What's the reserve quantity?
Okay, the reserve capacity and the contract quantity are down the same.
No, that's what that under this last agreement, I didn't read that.
Well,
That's not what I read. That's what you're suggesting doing in this new agreement. You're suggesting consolidating all of them.
The concept of the reserve capacity was done so that this is really a legal question, but the concept of reserve capacity was done at the time that there was excess capacity allowed in the Thomas Macon water treatment plant.
Mhm.
And the reason that was done that way is based on cost sharing activities. Now, the contract quantity and the reserve capacity, as far as the overall contract and the billing that we do is there the same.
So what the amount you said, 2 million?
2,780,000 a day.
2,780,000 a day.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna have to track that because I didn't pick that up in any of the amendments. I'm sorry. That
The actual usage of the city of Marque is above that.
well, you see, that's what I go back to the last agreement. If you took the current after the commencement, let me get the amount. Here's the current quantities. Current quantity, city of Lamarque is 1.950, and then you had a reserve capacity. If I'm accepting what you're saying, the reserve and the current were all consolidated into one. This Exhibit A, back in the agreement of, this is the amendments dated, the one that is dated, I'll tell you right now. Let's print out the sheet. It's the last agreement here, that those two amounts actually, if I follow your argument.
What I don't know, in looking at those two agreements, I think that you have takes on the north, and two take points on the south line, right?
You've got 25,000 gallons on the one off of 1764,
Yes.
according to this agreement.
Yes.
And I'm just assuming that water is flowing into the what is it? What do you call the water tank that's up there? The one up in the sky. What do you call those?
Water tower?
Water tower. Stupid me. Simple stuff gets to be simple stuff. Okay, the water tower. That water's flowing into there. And then how many water towers does Lamarck have, by the way?
Kyle, 5.
Yeah,
5.
That's the new 5.
5?
No, I was telling them to put 5 more on the timer.
Yeah, we don't keep up with how many.
No, we have more than one. How many, Rick? We have 3.
We have 3.
3,
All right.
Mayor Pro Tem 3.
Okay, so what I'm trying is that the amount of what you were selling us per the last agreement, the reserve capacity, is actually, if I did my math right, almost 4 million gallons a day in excess of that per this last agreement. And now under this consolidated agreement, you're saying it's a total of 4 million to the city of Lamarck, plus you're asking us to assume a bond debt of $3.4 million as well because of this expansion that you're suggesting as well. And then, now this doesn't speak to you, this speaks to weaknesses in the city of Lamarck. And we, and Rick, and I don't know who provided this to me, because I've been asking for it for the longest, is that our challenge is not that we don't have enough water. Our challenge is that we're losing water. That's our challenge. And in fact, the amount of water percentage-wise that we're losing here, based upon the loss rate, and Rick, you're free to participate, but it's here, right? You provided this to me on this side, is actually somewhere, I would say, averaging a little over 50% per month is what Lamarck is losing of water, and we're paying for that full amount of water per the contract. We're not using that amount of water. We're losing it. And so that's why, very simply, me right at this point, considering this, I'm voting no, right? Our obligation, in my opinion, is to go out, and I've expressed this, is to go out and repair the infrastructure that we have. And whether that be with the CO and look at that, let's look at repairing the water losses that we have already.
I think that sounds good. I think a couple of things I'd like to point out towards that takes time. And so the only requirements you have are to make sure you have the water to do TCP permitting to be able to grow. So that's one of the challenges you work that. Also, you're using more than your contract quantity. So there's penalties that should be applied. And because we're negotiating this contract, we haven't applied any penalties under the old contract. Now, we're not in the business of doing that. We are not interested in the revenue source, but it's exactly what you just mentioned, is encouraging folks to conserve water and participate in those capital repairs. So our key element is this is not revenue for us. It doesn't work that way. The plant expansion requires that funding to be able to expand the plant to deliver the water. If the cities decide not to buy that water, we'll sell it to another municipal customer. We have more demand now than we have water. I just encourage you to make sure that you're comfortable that your savings that you're going to get from that water supports what your growth plans are.
Well, I think there's needs some, once again, I'm looking at numbers based upon these contracts, and I was provided just stuff today. And perhaps it's necessary that all of us sit down for me to understand. But once again, one other item that also stuck out to me, and this is in what do you call this, Mayor? What do they call this? The overview statement?
Yeah.
The fiscal impact, there's the additional statement here. The additional water quantity will increase annual payment by $207,000, effectively increasing the price of now water to 27 cents per gallon. Is a statement that's in here as well too.
That's
So
correct if you sell no more water. So that 27%, the number. you said is
If
correct.
we accept this agreements,
Yes, sir.
that's right.
The 207,000 is definitely the increase in cost for the extra water. If you're using it to sell to new developments, then that water is, that cost is not spread over the current citizens of Lamar. It's obviously for that growth pattern. So it's a decision.
And to be clear, our contract, does it, right now, as it stands now, does not expire until December of 2027.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir, that is correct. There are a few things you need to take into consideration with that, if I may, Mayor Pro Tem. Number one, for those.
Mr. Wade, let's put final five. Mr. Wade will respond, and I want to give Cesar and Gus, because I know they have been working on this issue and they have some things they want to share. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Wade, Cesar, Gus, and then we'll let Ms. Yancey come join in.
You have maxed out your usage, and so you quite literally are using water that is not yours. The next thing is that you need to have a contract in hand, unless you have some variance I'm unaware of. You have to have a contract in hand for 0.6 of a gallon per minute per residential connection equivalent. If you don't have that in hand, then the TCEQ is going to stop you from developing. Straight up, because they did that to me in Galveston while I was there. And so you need to have that in hand too. In addition, yes, your contract does not expire for 5 more years, but I'll tell you, if you keep the current contract, you'll make me a bad guy by contract. Absolutely by contract. This new one actually makes it to where we're able to proceed. So let me give you a quick example. They are a Southline customer.
Yes.
Okay. Because you're a Southline customer, we've been required by TxDOT to move a water line, and we've got to move it here pretty soon. If your share of that cost, if you adopt this new contract, we will finance that for you. If you don't adopt the new contract, we're going to have to do a cash call, and you'll have to finance it through your own mechanisms and actually pay us cash for it. And so, yes, it does not expire for 5 more years, but we wouldn't be here coming to you to ask you to redo this if there wasn't a very good reason for it. And it's not just our reason, it's yours.
So let's get Cesar, Gus, I don't know who wants to go first, or maybe y'all go in.
You want to go first and I'll go?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So this process started from Lamarck's perspective, I think back in 2018, 2019, with the impact fee ordinance that the city of Lamarck adopted. The city of Lamarck at that time, which it had to, in accordance with Texas law, adopted or paid for an engineering survey that projected the next 10 years of water usage in Lamarck, Texas. It projected growth, water use, both development growth, homes or businesses, slabs essentially, along with population and water connections. At that, in 2020, Mr. Davis, I believe, although maybe Mr. Wade, sent then Public Works Director Chase Carey a letter saying, we want to increase the capacity of the Thomas Mackey plant. You, Lamarck, are a customer. We want to, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, because this was obviously before my time. But we want to provide you, Lamarck, the opportunity to, you will be buying in, but if you buy in, to be provided with more water if you want. At that time, management chose the option to buy, I think, 1.024 million, and they chose to tell the water authority, and that's how these negotiations that the water authority and the city of Lamarck have been engaged in for almost 10 months.
Correct.
That's how they started. Late in the game, or late in those process, I think about a month ago, the city of Lamarck learned that there was this additional opportunity to buy an additional approximately 200,000 gallons of water a day. Rick and myself Caesar, Rick, myself, Ben, Kathleen, in looking at the engineering survey, it was clear, or became apparent, that Lamarck was growing faster today than was predicted in 2018. And that's a credit to the city. That's a positive. And so in order to provide for that growth, Caesar, Rick, Dan thought that it would be a good idea to, if we could afford to buy more water for the city of Lamar. That's how we got to this process. There, regarding the overages, Caesar was actually, we had a meeting with Brandon Matlock, the chair of the Water Authority's board, and Mr. Davis on specifically the issues that Lamarck has with water loss and that we're buying more. So please don't hit us with these penalties. And I think it was the 5th was y'all's board meeting. They've actually approved a side letter for the city of Lamar, where while the capacity is being expanded, as long as we continue to work on our water loss, that they will waive those penalties.
The
for us.
board
And-
was very adamant about it being conditioned upon you working on your water loss. But I will suggest to you that you're fixing your water loss isn't the complete problem. You have a development problem, and you are using water that is not yours. And if you don't buy more water, you're either going to have to buy it from someone else, or you're going to eventually be forced to stop developing.
If I can chime in on that too, going back to the direction that was received back in 2018 as a result of the study. Originally, we were going to under contract or assuming to buy an additional $1 million gallons per day. We're essence right now increasing it to be aggressive. And I'll say that because I have talked with some of my counterparts in other cities, and they're anxiously watching tonight, hoping that we don't do it so they can come forward and try to get this. We have the luck that we're meeting before them. So I guarantee you, if we don't get this additional 200,000 gallons, we're talking about there's other folks who have even considered having a special meeting in order to attain this before we do. And I will say that we thought we were going to be at 19,266 residents by 2027, but as you guys know, we're already hovering at 19,000 5 years before that. Not to include that the fact that we have more developments. You have an item that you're listening to tonight, which that current plot of land is already adding in phase 1, 129 homes, phase 2, 117 homes. In addition to that, we have several other developers that are trying to come to the city to do so. And I want to echo something that Mayor Pro Tem said. Our problem is our infrastructure problem. Here's a piece of our pipe that we have our SAP that's replacing. We have infrastructure in place that's arguably 80 up to 100 years old. I have other pieces of pipe here under me I'd like to show with you. That's the real problem. But as was so eloquently said, it's not the only problem. The problem is we're growing faster than we expected, not including future developments that we know we're in the process of trying to bring on board. And we do know that once 45 expansion is complete, further development will be interested. We have an asset of the most frontage on I-45. We have an advantage, and we have to prepare for that advantage before we have that need. Now, I do understand the repercussions, but there are alternatives. All right, there are alternatives. Are they realistic right now? I can tell you, probably not. They're much more costly in us getting water from a different location. I urge you to understand that. I understand that, and we've discussed that we're not 100% happy with this contract. We do know that we're being proactive, which is what you asked us as an administration to do. And in doing so, we're bringing you a solution that would strongly increase the percent of water we have available and would allow us to hopefully encourage further development, not only residential, but also commercial within the city of Lamar.
Very good. Ms. Jansen.
So Joe and I are very active with the Houston Galveston Council. I'm with Leadership Mainland. My background is in government. And one of the things that they've said that the state legislature of 2023, the top 3 issues would be number 1, education, number 2, water, and number 3, ERCOT. Because everybody's fighting over water and trying to get it. I think my councilman's concern is that is our infrastructure and our water loss. And I heard you say something earlier that you would be willing to work with us on finding grants to fix the infrastructure so we can keep that water. Water is going to be a huge fight for the next 20 years as what we have happening in Texas. They call it the Texodus, where everybody's moving to Texas. And so that's making us, have to regroup and plan a little bit differently. But I feel a little bit like Joe, I'm concerned because of how much water we're losing. So you are going to help and partner with the city on finding grants, because that's ridiculous. I mean, look at that pipe. Could you grab that for me and let some of our residents see that pipe? I mean, that is ridiculous. And just y'all can pass it along so they can see it.
And Councilwoman Yancey, this is, again, going back to changes that we probably should have addressed a very long time ago.
Right.
But as a current administration and as a current council to lead us through this change, we are tasked with addressing it now.
Right. So like if we want a new hotel to come to Lamarck, I mean, let's just ask the question, would we have enough water? If we want a 5-star hotel to come and move on 45, with all the issues that we have with a 50% water leakage, we couldn't even do that. So
I would suggest too, even if you fixed all of that, most cities have contract quantity that's above, they only use 55%, 52 to 57, so about an average of 55% of their contracted water. City of Lamarck's 101.
Yeah.
All the other ones are in the 50s.
And help us to understand what that should mean to us.
Well, it helps from a peaking standpoint. So as an example, you don't use the same amount of water all day, every day. You have hot times, drought and so forth. So when I worked for Galveston, we had just under 21 million gallons a day.
Yeah.
We leaked like crazy. I think we had a 60% water loss at that particular time. There were times that I was bumping up above that 21 million gallons. They have done an amazing amount of fixing of their leaks, and they're down around 13 or 13 and a half now. And so that's just one element of it, though. You really do have to have a difference between your daily usage and your max usage in order to be able to serve your customers.
So you're saying we're routinely butting up against our max. Gotcha.
You are.
Gotcha. So I got you.
And the other thing is that this is actually going to be the absolute cheapest water that you're going to find, because my next steps are going to be things like wastewater reuse and desal. And so while this is actually really cheap water compared to if you come to me in 5 years and want another 2 or 3 or 5 million gallons, it's going to be really expensive because I don't have any more.
I understand.
We got that information that we talked about. I just said we got that directly from Senator Larry Taylor's office about the fight for water in Texas.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Let's council, do we have we are at about, where are we at, 20 minutes? 22 minutes into this discussion. Are we needing to discuss further, or are we ready to take action?
I make a motion that we take action on this.
So are you moving approval?
Yes.
We have a motion to approve this contract. Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any further discussions? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Let the record reflect that the council passed this resolution 4 yea, 1 nay. Item 9D, resolution number letter R-2022-0018, appointing a representative to the Municipal Division Operating Advisory Committee. Mayor Pro Tem, I believe you asked to take this one out as well.
Yes.
Okay.
The reason for this, and that once again, reading this material, I came across the verbiage of the Municipal Division Operating Advisory Committee. And I think I asked Rick and Caesar about this. And historically, it's been trade. You were there with Steve LeBlanc, weren't you? About Steve LeBlanc's time. I was trying to place you. Now it just came to me. I'm sorry. Yeah. So and I think, once again, I have to say this, I'm annoyed that this is a last minute item. To really understand all water, you're not going to do it in with the documents that council was presented. What is it? You should have been given the original documents. This is something that council should be involved in on a daily basis, understanding these dynamics that you guys are going on. And not to say that staff is busy as enough. I think that we as members of this elected body should have a role in being represented on that Municipal Division Operating Advisory Committee. Because had I been there, or any one of us, we would have talked about, on the elected side, do you think that I'm crazy enough to say I'm going to vote for a water price increase? things like that. There's another perspective there that I don't think you guys are getting. That's what I want to bring up on that.
Okay. Mr. Wade, would you like to respond to that?
Well, I just wanted to point out a thing or two. Our municipal operating committee, it's primarily discussion of operations, so how the plant is operating and so forth. So the discussion of the contracts really aren't a part of that. And so I would suggest to you that you actually have 3 board members that represent you. You actually have a municipal board member and you have 2 at-large board members. I'd be happy to get you those names if you don't already have those. Those are your board members that represent you and your interests. In addition, I would be happy to visit with you at any time about those sorts of things. And we meet most every 3rd Thursday at 2:00 in the afternoon. And we'd be happy for you to visit with us then as well.
I have one final question on this. I went to your website. How many members of the board of directors are African American?
1.
How many are Hispanic?
I don't believe we have a Hispanic.
And Asian?
I don't believe we
How
have
many
an Asian.
women?
1.
Okay. That's all.
Our board members are appointed by county judges.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
And so
How many
Totally
people on the
understand.
board total?
there are 10, 2 from Fort Bend, 3 from Brazoria, 5 from Galveston County. They are
Sure.
appointed by the county judges.
Sure, we get it. We get it. Any other discussion on item 9D? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
The second,
Second.
any further discussion before we vote? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 9G, resolution number letter R-2022-0021, accepting conceptual parks master plan. And in the audience is Mike Rockbach and Mrs. Tanya Griffin. And I believe, is Adora still on the line or no?
Yes, they are available for comment.
So council, finally, as we look at this plan, do we have any questions for the Parks Board representatives or the Adora representatives? Anyone? Casey?
No, I don't have questions. I'm really happy. I mean, I have questions, but not for those individuals. I think this looks good to me. The conceptual plan looks good.
Yeah.
I do believe there needs to be, as was said already, a plan put in place by the city to identify and procure more land for more parks throughout the city, particularly within District A. But that said, we knew from the beginning that we were going to want more parks than we had, right? So I think that this conceptual plan works well. From what I've heard from the Parks Board, they gave their feedback. I know once upon a time they were feeling like they weren't getting a chance to engage a lot, and it sounds and looks as if Ardura made all the good faith efforts to correct that, and people feel heard. This plan is the result of those efforts, and now I just want us to make real solid plans for how we're going to pursue funding to start making some of these things happen. So that's it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Any other questions?
No, I just want to say thank you. I know that was the issue when I first got elected, about asking District 8 persons to pay a $2 water bill, $2 on their water bill with a park that they would never have. So thank you so much for that time and effort and listening to us and getting that done. Thank y'all so much.
And if I may, just briefly, Mayor, as was tasked for just about all staff, as you guys know, we do not have a specific identified grant writer or grant team on staff. So we are all taking that role head on from almost every single department head, that we are all aggressively looking at different grants in different departments until we bring that for an item for consideration to you all at budget time, should we need to do so. I think we all are prudent in all the things that we want to do, and we want to all be part of the change to lighten the load as much as possible financially. That's true for parks. That's true for our water infrastructure. That's true for our public safety. building. And in any capacity, we need to do so, including even our lighting and our streets and our drainage.
Sure.
Thank you.
It's a tough hill to climb at a minimum of 3.5 million. Money doesn't grow on trees, but we will continue to do what we can to get as close as possible. Here's my question. Maybe you know it. Mike, maybe the guys from Madura know it. I don't want us to spend a lot of time on it. I'm just curious. Can you recall, maybe James knows it, James Osteen, when was the last time our city invested heavily in our parks? I know we've changed through the years. We've changed swings and slides, but can we remember the last time we actually took a park and said, let's fully and totally remodel or redesign it? Anybody?
I would be pretty much say most parks are older parks, but the most recent park would be High Park. It was donated to the city in 88.
In 1988? It's like 35 years.
Yeah, it's grown what it is, but all the other parks were well. 40, so I recollect that's.
So it's been at least 35 years before we have done it. Very good. Just reference. If there are no other discussions, we'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
The second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Item 9H. Resolution number letter R-2022-0022, authorizing an agreement with, and it won't be Hustle 10U baseball. It will be the Lamarque Girls Softball Association for the use of Mahan Park. Cesar or Gus, doesn't matter.
The Hustle 10U was just the old name, and then as it got closer to the agenda, that's when the new name was given to us. So we would just be asking the council to approve the agreement as it's written, but with Lamarque Girls Softball.
Is that normal? Is that routine to make a minor change, or is that a major? That may not be a minor
No,
change.
this
Just wanna try to
is
clarify.
not, the city, this is not something that's publicly bid or something like that. It's been clearly noticed that the city is entering into an agreement with someone to, for the use of the fields at a certain time, and staff felt it was a good thing to provide for the parks to be used in the city.
Very good. Any questions, council? Excuse me for chewing this peppermint, but I'm trying to stop from coughing. Forgive me, please. Council, do we have any questions for Gus or Cesar about this contract? Kara, please let the record reflect that Mr. Carlson stepped out. Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item I. Mayor Pro Tem.
Item I, we have a resolution approving a final plat for trails at Woodhaven Lake, Section 1. Woodhaven Lakes is over on Delaney. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Have a motion. I need a second.
Can we?
Do you need a discussion or anything?
The mayor's recused himself. We need to wait for Councilmember Carlson. We need a quorum physically present.
Physical quorum?
Yeah, the mayor's recused himself on the side, or, yeah.
Oh,
he's recused.
okay.
Let's move then. I'll regain. And we'll move to, and come back and pick that item up. Let's move to item 10A.
There he is.
And there he is. Let's not move to item 10A. Let's get this done right now.
I'll be here all night. I hope not. Good.
So, and then once again, the record will show that the mayor has recused himself on this particular item, and he will not be participating. We have a quorum present. We need a motion to approve a final plat for trails at Woodhaven Lakes, Section 1. I believe Ms. Yancey made that motion.
Oh, so moved. Sorry.
Yeah, okay, and Ms. Casey made or seconded. All right, any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? None. Very good. I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Item 10A, authorizing storage containers to be permitted as homes. This was an item that was brought to my attention and as well as Councilmember Carlson's attention. I believe this person or these folks live in your district. And so we will turn this over to Mr. Garcia to explain the issue.
Certainly, we do have our development services team here present should we need them. On this topic, we are asking for direction, clear direction on what it is you would like us to provide. We do know there's been discussion of how these homes would be developed and what policies we would have in place in order to control their development, to include any features that you may want added to them. As a point of reference for the council agenda, you have been, there's been two documents that have been shared with you, not only a tally of what other cities around us have done to address this situation, but also some literature on how best practices on how possibly to address this. We're in no way, shape saying that this is the route we need to go. We would like direction. The reason being is we want to make sure that aesthetically, should these containers be used for building homes or business purposes or whatever purpose, that it's done so according to a set of policies.
Excellent. So you are looking for direction. Council, do we have any questions for Cesar or I believe Kathleen's staff is over in the meeting room next door. Are there any questions? I'm sorry. Thank you, Kathleen, for coming over. Do we have any questions about this? What we're dealing with, Council, very quickly, is a possible ordinance to permit those storage containers that we see on railroad cars and ships, to allow those to be used as domiciles, as residents. Apparently, it is popular in other parts of our country, maybe not as popular here, but this is the issue that we are entertaining at this time. Any questions about this issue? Any concerns about us addressing this tonight?
I don't have any concerns or questions, but I want to address my fellow council people. This is an idea that started on the West Coast, and it's migrated across the country. There are houses in Houston that actually are built out of connexes. I actually saw one this last weekend. Almost didn't recognize it as a connex house. Because there's facades on them, there's roofs on them. It's not just a box. So it is something that's becoming very popular across the country. I did call the CAD or the GCAD, and they said that for taxation purposes, it would be taxed as a residence. So, so it will be taxed as a house, as a residence. And that is based off, I forgot what they said, but it will be taxed. So people that think they can just put a box on there and not pay taxes, well, it's taxable. So there's no concern there. The biggest thing is we just need to adopt an ordinance, because this is something we haven't dealt with. City of Lamarque has not dealt with. Jamaica Beach has dealt with it. A few of the other cities have dealt with it, but this is something that we need to come up with and make it our own. Take the ball and run with it. So.
Very good. Thank you for that, Mr. Carlson. Ms. Kathleen, you want to come up and kind of help educate us before we move forward with?
Well, I provided council with the 2021 ICC building codes, and you are correct. They are building these into dwellings, and the way they're controlling them is by the specifics as in the building code and through an ordinance, like we do several other things. I agree with you. We do need to regulate these to what the city's or the council's preference is for these things, because they can be very, very nice. Austin has several of them. They're architecturally beautiful, but to make them that way is very, very expensive. And I don't know if you had a chance to read through this ICC code. It's pretty specific. In a lot of cities, it's very specific. This may not be as cost effective as people may think, but we do need to regulate it. And I'm up for any suggestions or any pleasure the council has on these. But you're right, we need to catch up on it, just like with tiny homes. We can put them both together. But whatever direction council wants to give me, I'll be more than happy to follow. And I think I provided you with most of the information from other cities, how to handle the zoning or temporary buildings. But if they are a temporary structure, they're not taxed. If they're put on a foundation like a home and built up where they're secured, their foundation, then they can be taxed. Because a lot of cities use that as a temporary structure or a temporary accessory building. Even though it's a dwelling, it still has to come up to the codes.
Right. And
So
that's the way I want to look at it.
we just need to
is
get ahead of
permanent
this
residence.
because I know we've had a lot of calls from people that want to use them to put them in their front yard. It's just a storage. And we don't allow that, but we get to do that through the zoning. So to get where y'all want to go with this, we just need some direction on it.
Any questions?
No, I have a comment. So
Yes,
I
ma'am.
actually saw a business complex in Las Vegas that was very professional and very pretty. My concern though, because we've had people come here and say, well, I wasn't on the council, but I remember people coming and saying, we're gonna build a luxury RV. And then you see the RV and it's not luxury. It's
RV
not,
parks.
it's, yes.
Yeah.
And so that's the concern I have, is that we allow that and then it's not, our ordinances aren't enforced or they don't do it, or we let things slide and then we start looking junky. You know what I mean? It really depends on that city. That city has to make sure that those, because I'm from Austin, so I've seen those, the houses, they're nice, they're beautiful. But Austin is tough on those kind of houses. I mean, it has to be done a certain way, look a certain way, all the rooftops look the same. I mean, you know, it brings beauty. And I'm just concerned that
That would start when they submit their plans for it.
right.
But we have to have guidelines in place.
Yeah.
Because right now, currently, we only have the 2018 residential code and building code. So we need more
And that could be an-
specifics of what you want. But when they submit their plans and we
Right.
put them for approval, that's when they get rejected or approved, depending on what the stipulations are and what the code says.
And I don't know anybody in Galveston County really doing that. And that is a move.
I don't either. I know that tiny homes, we've been approached with that before.
Right.
But these as the storage unit shipping containers as dwellings, I know there's some concerns about the lead paint that they're made
Yeah.
with. And some of the hazardous chemicals
Oh,
that
the
are shipping
lead.
in.
Yeah,
There's a lot of things to them,
yeah.
but having an adopted code would help tremendously with that. Because none of us are chemists, so I wouldn't.
Can we, could the direction be that we ask for, let's just start seeing a draft ordinance based on
Yeah.
some of the other cities are doing? Because I think that's what I'd like to see. It sounds like everyone that I've heard is in support of it, but we all just want to make sure it's highly regulated to make sure it looks good. And that
That would be great. That'd be great. Then I'd know what what you're thinking of and where your vision is, so that we can match it into the ordinance and incorporate the intermodal container codes with it.
Casey, were you done? I thought maybe you had more to say.
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure. It looked like you were mid-sentence. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So it looks like if there's no further discussion.
I do want to
Go
add
ahead.
this to it. If we do something like that, perhaps have a certain area of the city.
You can limit it to a certain zoning area, because some cities have tiny home
Right, community.
areas where they're zoned specifically for that, or for modular homes,
Before
or
we
for,
spread it out across the city
So
to see how it does in one area.
and then you can do it, yeah. You
So-
can restrict by lot size, different
Yeah.
things.
So let's do this. Let's move forward, give you direction. Council, let's give direction to move forward with an ordinance on the next meeting. This is what we're gonna ask formally in a minute. But also, council, let's give ourselves a deadline of the first Monday of June to add to those issues that we think will be issues, so that we can help Miss Kathleen craft or Gus craft an ordinance that's reflective of those concerns. I heard Ms. Yancey have concerns. Casey, you suggested some things. Michael, you did as well. So let's put this on the agenda for next meeting. First reading of an ordinance. Let's give ourselves the first Monday of June to submit our comments or those things that we'd like to see in the ordinance. Is that fair? Very good. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none.
There's,
Oh, point of order.
This is
Slow
not,
down.
this is not an action item.
It's a
No, it's just
discussion.
a
We're-
new business.
We're,
Discussion.
yeah, but what we're doing is we're voting on giving them directions. We have to, according to the agenda item, authorize them to be permitted. And so what we're doing tonight is simply taking official action to let them know, let's start crafting this
Giving
ordinance.
staff, give city manager direction for
Yeah,
staff.
that's all we're doing.
And that's along the lines of what we were expecting to do.
Yeah.
We just wanted to make sure that that was okay, so we're not taking that upon ourselves instead of getting
Right.
that direction.
Right.
This
Yeah,
was
that-
brought to our attention, really quickly. And so in more time, we can get more research for you and more suggestions you give us, and we can
Yeah.
put it together.
Yeah, that's fine. What we we didn't want to do a bunch of things that if the
Council didn't
shipping containers as homes was a non-starter for council. So
Right.
that's all we're asking for is permission to continue that process.
Right. So let's go ahead and take the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. 10B, amending city code section 71.29 residential canal zone. Is this a Cesar endeavor? I know that Michael is.
This was spoken about earlier this evening. Mr. Barnes brought this attention to us. And in light of that, it was brought up by Councilman Carlson. Councilman Carlson, if you'd like to have some discourse, and then we can chime in.
Yes, sir. Like it was stated, this is Omega Bay, concerns Omega Bay. They have, if you drive down there, 90% of their houses are, or the front yards are concrete. It's basically asking for an exemption with the 33% frontage being grass, the front yards. As the HOA president stated, their houses don't flood by that. They flood by hurricanes. So this is more just basically catching up with the times. And I'm all in favor of it. I mean, it's making it right in my eyes. So.
Sure. Very good. Very good. Did y'all want to add anything to Michael's?
No, just one thing that we wanted to have a caveat. The reason why that was a point of possible contention, and obviously, clearly, we can take that direction. However, in fairness, some residents who may be affected by that change, in this case, not necessarily, but because of the way our current policies are written, we don't want to make sure that we do a wrong by any other neighbor.
Sure.
In this case, that's obviously different. However, we want that direction. If you'd like us to prepare something to exempt that area, we can do so, because that area is different from other areas from the city.
Yeah.
But we wanted to make that a action item for you to guide us to do so we can quickly bring that back. And I don't think that's anything that we would do differently. We just want to make sure that that's not something, an item that we would take upon ourselves. We don't want to put a neighbor in a compromising position.
Absolutely.
As unfortunately, we have done in the past with other forms of development.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Jeff.
I need some clarity. Omega Bay is a private development. We incorporated as part of the city. The lot sizes, everything else. I know this, my family had lots out there. That's something having to do with the HOA and the construction and everything else. I don't quite understand. The HOA is supportive of this. Is that correct? That's what I thought too. And so I don't quite understand the nexus. How did, if it was a private development, how did we get involved?
How do we regulate it if it's private?
Yeah.
At some time in the past, the Omega Bay, as part of Lamarck's zoning ordinances, is a quote unquote residential canal zone, as is and that is a use that is in Lamarck's ordinances. I presume that long ago that was done with the HOA's approval, and that it's persisted to this day. That's how it got to this. So changing the lot size requirements would be a zoning change. Not that can't be done, but that would be the process of it. Now, I don't have a good answer as to why the city chose to incorporate the HOA's requirements into the zoning rules. I don't. All I know is that the city did. And so that, to change it, that's how we would go about it.
As a result of us doing so, this is the administrative process for us to make that change.
Make it happen. Okay. Anything else, guys? Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make sure that I want to, Kathleen, what's your assessment of this? How do you feel about this?
I'm fine. I know the HOA does approve it, and the city as development, we don't have a problem with it, other than it is a part of the zoning code, and it's ordinance in the city of Lamarque, but it's based on the size of driveway, 1, 2, or 3 driveway things. So, but we enforce that all throughout the city, and it's not just we enforce that in Omega Bay, we enforce it throughout the city. Anyone who wants to put in a driveway or anything else, it is enforced. But due to Omega Bay being private streets, and that if they would like to change their residential canal ordinance so they're exempt from that, then it would be if they flooded or if the drainage, had an impact on their streets, whatever, it would be up to them to repair their streets. Whereas if it happens in the city, the rest of the city, it's really it impact them to be a city problem then. And it's true, most of the driveways out there are completely concreted in front. They are. And, that's their choice. They don't want to put boat trailers out there. I understand all that. I would like, however, before it's voted into an ordinance, is to have ADICO or do a survey, because as the state says, you can't adversely impact your neighbor when you're shooting off the water or your drainage. And I would worry that would happen, but then again, that would be the HOA or the Omega Bay that would have to deal with that.
Yeah.
Because it's private.
It's private, yeah.
So the best way, I felt the easiest way was just to change their particular ordinance that pertains to Omega Bay to make them exempt from that. So, other than that, it's since it's a private, it's different than if it is for any other city, any address in this other city.
Right. We're going to ask Mr. Barnes, who is the HOA president out of Omega Bay, to come and weigh in on this. He had his hand raised. Welcome back, Mr. Barnes.
Thanks, sir. The situation being that for 20-something years, this ordinance was never enforced in Omega Bay. I've been there since 2003. It was never enforced until just recently. So I've built 2 homes. Both homes were on 50-foot wide lots. Both homes had 40 foot of concrete in front of them. There was never a problem. My plans were approved by the HOA. My plans were approved by the city, and the house was built according to the plan.
Yeah.
So like I say, this particular ordinance has never been enforced until just recently. And if it's something that's going to be a problem, that's why we want to be exempted from it.
Yeah.
Our roads are private. Anything that happens to our roads, unfortunately, we have to pay for, as you well know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So it's the city's not taking on any liability.
Right.
The city's not taking on anything that they don't already have, because they don't help us anyway, road wise.
Right.
So it's just a matter of saying that the Omega Bay residents can have a driveway. If they have a 50-foot lot, the only time we ever had to ask for a variance through the city was if they wanted to concrete the 5 foot on each side.
Yeah.
So that's why I didn't do it. I just have a 40 foot instead of a 50 foot. Otherwise, I would have concreted the whole front of my home.
Yeah.
But we just don't have the room not to have the concrete there.
Right. Right.
And like I say, for up 10 years, there was never a problem.
Right.
So all we're asking is, let's not have any more problems.
Yes, sir. Very good.
Thank you.
There is a caveat, because Mr. Barnes,
Yes, sir.
did one of your residents, didn't they put in for a variance just recently?
We've had 2 residents put in for a variance.
Okay.
One of them put in and it was granted, and they were able to pour their concrete. The other one is still waiting for the variance. They were told they had to pay a $250 fee to go in front of a board or the variance committee or something. And of course, I'm sorry, I hit the ceiling over that. We already pay way too much money in taxes for what we get, as you well know. So
yeah,
asking another $250, I thought was insult to injury.
The reason why I asked that is because the residents have put in their own money for that. So we have one that put in for the variance and one that has not submitted for the variance, correct? They haven't submitted the 250? Neither one has
paid the
submitted their money. Okay.
The one that got the variance didn't have to go in front of the board and didn't have to pay the $250.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure
That
we're
was
clear.
waived on one of them. It just hadn't been waived on the other.
Okay. Because I was going to request a caveat of waiving those and give
Okay,
them back.
but
to
neither one
residents.
of them has.
But never one of them
Okay,
paid, so.
Good. Are we ready, council? Michael, do you want to make the motion?
I would like to make a motion that we exempt Omega Bay with the residential canal zone ordinance.
Y'all can, y'all can make a motion to authorize staff to, to authorize staff to look at the zoning change process. Oftentimes zoning changes are initiated by the owner, but we can look at it from the staff level.
Yeah, I mean,
it would be an ordinance change.
Ordinance change, yeah.
It'd be an amendment for the ordinance.
Any change to a zoning, the residential canal zone is in our zoning ordinance. Any change to that is a zoning change.
Okay.
But
it's basically, it's amending the ordinance.
Right.
But you just call it a zoning change.
It will be done with an ordinance.
There you go.
But yes.
There you go. So Michael is making a motion to do what so that we can move forward?
Yes.
He can make a motion to ask staff to begin to initiate the zoning change process.
There you go. Very good.
I'd like to make a motion to have the staff initiate a zoning change.
I'll second that motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Very good. Item 10C, electric street lighting for Omega Bay subdivision. That sounds like a Cesar or a Rick Saylor question. Who's that?
Actually, I'm going to go ahead and bring that right back to
To
Councilman
Gus?
Carlson. No, Councilman Carlson. And
Okay.
I say that because, like I'm credence to folks that bring these items to us for points of clarification. One point of comment on that, since it's been mentioned plenty of times tonight, that the areas surrounding or actually within the subdivision are indeed considered private streets. We are limited. However, a request has been made that Councilman Carlson wanted to bring to you all for a discussion.
Yeah.
The reason why I brought this up is, like was stated by the HOA president, they have private streets. We can't do anything to them or with them as far as the city goes. One thing that may help them so they don't spend their money is with their lights, having the city pay for their lights, like they were part of the main city.
Yeah.
That's why I brought it before council. Unfortunately, I don't have the monthly figures. I know Mr. Barnes has those. I failed to get those numbers, so it's my fault on those. But if we could, can I table this for the 16th or 17th when we have our special meeting?
Why would you want to table it?
Well, that way I can get the numbers for their monthly electrical bills.
Okay. Do you have it, sir? $210. There it is.
Okay,
No need to
210 for
table.
the whole subdivision. Okay. Thank you, sir. So approximately 210 per month.
If I may, as a point of clarification, because this is what we specifically wanted to ask, is the motion for us to take on that expense, or is there also a requirement for additional lighting? Because I think those are two separate subjects.
Right. No, my initial intent was for the city to incur the cost for the lights. That was my intent. not additional lights. That's under the light study. But this was for incurring the expenses of those lights
Yeah.
per month.
Okay.
And let's be clear, one of the things that we visited with the Omega Bay residents, and Chief Argon was in on these discussions as well as Mr. Carlson. It's clear that we cannot provide street lighting, but what we can do, because we provide police protection, we can provide security lighting. We provide police protection to our constituents out at Omega Bay. I've talked with Chief Argon, Michael Carson and I have talked about this. And because of there's a safe city initiative moving forward in our city. Because you have so many dark places on your streets. We want to, as a part of this light study, understand how many lights you would need, but also myself as your mayor, perhaps maybe Mr. Carlson, we want to move forward with the idea that you all need safety lighting. You all need safety lighting. There's a lot that we cannot do for you, and we are sorry. But we know that we can make your neighborhood safer by increasing the lighting. And so we want to work toward that. Mr. Mishich, you may approach, sir. Sir, I don't know your name, but you can come as well. I'm sorry, you've been raising your hand. This is important. Our Mega Bay family is here. We want to get all of their concerns addressed.
Robert Mitch again,
Yes, sir.
24 North Curlew. Just a suggestion, as we move forward with the lighting deal, one of the projects that can be done under EDC funds is street lighting to upgrade. They can't pay the monthly bill, but they can certainly add lights and replace lights. So it's a, how do I say? It's promoting the city. It's economic, let's use economic development. If they're doing something like that, we use pictures of Omega Bay on our website. So is that not economic development? So maybe that's something that could be rolled into something there that they could pay for, wouldn't impact, our operating expense, property taxes, but it could also fall into economic development. That might be another way around. So I just.
Maybe Gus has heard you. I'm sure he'll explore that. And as we move forward in that area, we will definitely be able to get an answer.
And
sir, please approach.
One quick thing on the line.
Give us your name and your address.
My name is Tass Young, 323 Poplar. Okay. I worked for a utility company for many years, back in Beaumont. And the lighting that a resident pays, he was telling me that they actually would get the light from utility company, and their monthly bill is higher than what it would be for the city. The city has a special rate for street lighting.
Okay.
So if the lights that are up now are paid for by the residents out there, then y'all take over the payments. That should be something that you discuss with utility company because the rate is a lot lower. That's
Very
all I'm
good.
gonna say.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
One
you.
other thing.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. It has to be. Now, here's the deal. Whatever you're bringing us has to be
I know it does,
specific to electric street lighting right now.
It's not.
I
But
cannot.
I just want to give you these pictures.
You can give them to. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I wish I could get into it, sir, but we can't.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. Thank you for understanding. Any other, Michael? I thought you had something.
I just want to make sure that legally we can do this.
The city of League City faced a similar issue to this approximately 20 or 30 years ago. There was an attorney general opinion issued on it. I would like, if this is something council wants to pursue, to at the next meeting, give me time to put a resolution together that shows council the findings that would need to be made. Council as the legislative body has that authority. So that to address the issues that the attorney general raised in League City.
Absolutely. And let's be clear. Go ahead, Casey.
I was just to say, I support that because
And then Joe.
I'm interested in hearing and having a little more data about all of this, because while, we all know Omega Bay, that residence sits in kind of a funny place that I think oftentimes I would assume for those who live in Omega Bay, sometimes it feels like a boon and sometimes it feels like a curse. but I want us to be very, very aware of the fact that there are parameters that were set out long before we were all here about how that neighborhood is managed. And we have to be mindful of that, as well as fiscally responsible. So I would love, I'm very eager to hear more and like have more of those numbers in front of us that Michael was talking about so that we could, kind of sit on them for next time.
Sure.
Casey, I agree with you on that, but we all preach that we're one city.
Mhm.
So Omega Bay is part of our family.
100%. And I agree with that. And that's what I'm saying. It's kind of a sticky wicket sometimes, but it's also people buy into that neighborhood knowing they manage their own roads, that there's other things that go along with that. And I believe that the city of Lamarque has done a lot of things in recent years to try and make sure that those citizens know that even though the structure of their neighborhood is is different than everyone else's, we do want those citizens to know they're a part of our community. They are. So that's why I'm just saying for me, just talking about it with all these different sources, these anecdotes is not how I want to make that decision. I want to see, things in front of me.
Yeah. Thanks, Casey.
Cool. Thank you.
Joe?
I'll tag on to Casey's comment.
Excuse me.
I'm Gus, probably in District B has the greatest number of HOAs. I need to have an understanding of the precedent that this sets and the relationships that we have with those HOAs out there already and what that may impact. I need that information as well.
I would be hesitant to get into the political precedent.
Yeah, well,
That's
no, I'm talking about, I don't know the terms of the HO, what I'm saying.
I understand. Yes.
So let's wrap this, bring it to a close. It sounds like, again, one of the things that I've been to Omega Bay's HOA meetings here recently, Councilmember Carlson has as well. This originally started with them being very concerned about not having police patrols, sufficient police patrols. There were anecdotes of people approaching and being on their property for lengths and lengths of time, going to sleep and doing all sorts of other things on their property as they walk up and down 45. And so one of the things that they want is to feel safer. And so that's why we're looking at this as a potential safety issue, but it will be, whatever we look at and decide, it has to be legal. So we thank Gus for looking into this for us. You have a motion, or do you want to make a motion to proceed, Mr. Carlson, with the light study and the rest of them?
Well, the light study is something different. Like I said,
let me say it differently. What is your motion?
My motion is for the city, I would like to make a motion for the city to incur the cost of their lights if the monthly light bill.
If it's legal.
If it's legal.
Okay. Very good. Is there a second?
I second.
If I may, Mayor, can y'all table it so that y'all can make the findings and analyze?
Is that what you recommend?
Yes.
Okay, let's do
Just
that.
basically
Let's
give
back
us
up.
direction to proceed with
Okay,
that.
what
study.
do you want, Gus, or say, sorry, what do you want Mr. Carlson's motion to look like, if a motion at all?
I'm pretty confident that the direction we have from council is you all expect to see this on the June agenda.
Okay, is that good enough for you?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to table this.
To our friends from Omega Bay, do we have a deal? Very good. Motion to table, is there a second?
There's no motion.
Yeah, y'all have
there's no
your
motion
tabling
necessary.
you have your tabling rule that triggers a special meeting.
And also, Mayor, like if I may, as far as in consideration for the light study, Chief Aragon will be a intricate part in that. Once we begin that, you've already approved an item tonight under consent to get that process started. So we'll add this neighborhood as a list of neighborhoods to be considered for that area. So that can be taken care of already. So that's one half of what we're talking about. The other half is something that we need to do some administrative work and bring back to you at the next meeting.
Okay, very good. So we have a whole tape filled of meeting minutes to ensure that you guys are going to do what you said you were going to do so that we can take care of our folks at Omega Bay. I feel good about it. Michael, you okay?
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Let's move to item 10D. Provide direction to city manager regarding nuisance abatement and property liens.
This item was brought up by several of you folks here on the council. So out of respect to everybody who may want to chime in on this, I would allow you the mindset to consider what is being asked on two different occasions here. And we do have our entire code enforcement team here. This is an item of major importance for us to consider as a potential turning point. As we know, the city itself has been in flux with changing certain things within maintaining lots and how we maintain those lots and what we do if a building needs to be demolished or what may have you. We've also have a lot of lots that have been inherited by other folks. So having said that, I'd like for us to please consider what direction you guys like us to go. And there's two schools of thoughts that are being presented here tonight for us to pretty much encounter. We want to set up where, in this case, whoever's sitting in the seat has the authority to waive fees at whatever rate you so deem necessary, or would we rather set up a nuisance abatement program that would allow us to do certain things? And keep in light, when these items continue to stay as a nuisance and they continue to incur all these fines and so forth, we do lose potential monetary value, because eventually, once those liens exceed the value of the property, very easily we could lose them to the county, who will then make us waive the fees that we've incurred to maintain the property anyways. So we want to keep that in mind as we're doing this. We want to spur development. We want to spur that, but we also owe it to the current residents who may live near some of these homes to keep these homes taken care of. So what we're asking for here is direction as to which side we're going to go with. We have members of our code enforcement staff here, as well as our development services director, to address this item, because this is a very important item. There are several cases that we can bring to you rather quickly versus creating a program that we have to bring these all throughout. Is there a certain threshold that you would like to acquire, or my preference, if you will, allow us to bring you a nuisance abatement program that we can address all these issues under new umbrella moving forward? So administratively, we can handle it, but under a program versus any set person having that precedence who sits in this seat. And on that note, I will digress. If staff would like to come forward to speak on this, you guys brought this to our attention, so we're ready to move this item forward as you wish.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm co-compliance Cecilia Fields, but at Liberty, I believe that the director needs to answer most of the questions since she's more familiar with this panel than I am. How about that? Hot seat. Any questions? Concern?
Anybody have any questions?
So since this item was brought up by some of us here on council, I'd like to hear if there's what direction you would like us to take, because we're ready to start remedying some of these situations that are coming up. We've had folks already come to us and request waivers of any fees, or be it interest, or be it administrative fees, or anything, or even having some of the actual abatement itself, some of the actual costs incurred waived completely. Something that right now we don't have the mechanism to control. Those items would have to come to you individually, and you may have 8, 9, 10 of these items come to you per meeting while we develop the things, versus giving authority to, again, your city manager, or creating a program that addresses them as they come up.
Yeah, so I guess we need help understanding a bit. So are you asking us whether or not we want to have a policy created that will automatically address this? Or if you want us to, as the council by charter, every time there is a request for interest waiver, waiver, that the council would consider that? Are those the two options? Or?
And there's a third option, which would give whoever sits in this seat that authority to do as you limit or approve for them to do so. I will be perfectly honest, as an entire staff, and for not just my sake sitting here, but whoever may ever sit in this seat until this is changed, I would vote or urge that you consider going towards a program. That way I don't vote whoever's in the seat. For example, if I like the color blue and somebody has the color red, then so be it. Then I'm not going to maybe vote in their favor. You never want there to be any gray area while establishing a program in the sense that allows us to say, well, if, for example, said property is going to be sold and the new owner in place is going to have development X amount of time, then we're going to authorize a waiver of X amount. If the intention is to just waive the fees because of whatever reason.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm going with. That's
Kind of
where
like
I think as a
slide-
staff that we would like to
Kind of like a sliding scale, if you will.
and allow us to create something that you would approve moving forward, so you don't have to have the burden of listening to these items as they come up. And also, anytime that a resident would say, hey, I'm having a problem with this, you can just address them to staff to address it based on what we have.
Yeah.
That way we set a precedence to do that. That's what we're moving towards. Staff, correct me if I'm wrong. Is that how we prefer to do that, or?
I don't want any more programs, to be honest with you. Mayor, you know, this was your baby.
Yeah.
So, that's great. Staff is going to do whatever we're directed to do. And I do agree that there's, you know, the liens create a hardship on some people. But we're required by ordinance to file these liens on the properties when we do work and incur the cost. I know in the charter, I believe, Gus can speak to this, that council can.
The charter provides that it's council with the authority that has the authority to waive claims on behalf of the city. These lien claims would be claims that the city has for payment of money. That's why Mr. Garcia is proposing that a way it could be addressed is council approving an ordinance or something like that. That provides thresholds or things to look at so that, or as Mr. Garcia and Kathleen said, each one could continue to come to council. It's really the will of council.
Yeah. One of the best practice, I'm sorry, Kathleen, go ahead.
You know, that with developing a program for something like this, there'd be a lot of parameters we'd have to bring, because that'd be a lot of, I would feel uncomfortable as staff to make that decision. Who's going to waive the liens? That's taxpayer money that we spent. So, but go ahead.
So let's try to move this along.
Yeah, I'm gonna
go
move
ahead.
it along. What I really would like, one of the best practices though for cities is to have a nuisance abatement program.
Absolutely.
And it's a program where and kind of like we were talking about earlier with losing water, and we're paying full price, but we're losing water. Well, it sounds like what our city manager is saying is that there's a way to try to recoup some of those funds and keep that where our EDC can purchase properties and things, whereas taking the county takes it and then we have to waive it anyway. So it's kind of a way to recapture. I'm totally in favor of a program that could help us. We have a problem with that in our city. That is an issue, particularly in District A. It's an issue, and we need to fix it ASAP. And I think you were talking about it being a fair program, trying to have a program where it's fair, that doesn't put a lot of pressure on who's in that seat or a threshold. I'm with my housing background and what I know about abatement, and I'm just Googled it up again. I brought some stuff up about it. I think it would do good for us to have a program to fix a culture that we've had in the past that has not been very good for our city.
Ms. Yancey, if I may, the problem's not the liens. The problem was the grass was never mowed. And then the neighbors made the complaints and we did the investigation. We made many attempts to contact people.
Right.
Some cases they're deceased. There's no heirs. They don't want the property or anything. So the problem is the property was never taken care of and it became the city's burden at that point.
Right.
So the liens is just a way of trying to recoup the cost.
Right.
And for the amount of money we spend on the program, we don't recoup that cost. In the last couple of years, we've gotten some back from the sheriff's sales. And then there's some where they have sold the property and they've paid the liens.
All right.
So,
but we got to get out of this thing where, where it's $17,000 one month and 3-4 months later, it's 38,000. That looks bad. And we got to, and whatever mechanism we have now, it's not working. It doesn't make, we've got to fix some of that. And I know that may not be the norm, and we're talking about different things coming into play. I just want those fixed.
And even up until this morning, we had another case that was brought to us where a potential request of a lien waiver was brought up, which falls under this purview as well. And as you mentioned, unfortunately, the city of Marque has had this problem. And I've witnessed staff trying to reach out to some folks who technically own this property, and some of them may not even know that they own it, or may not know the situation they're in, or may have neglected or it was handed down, whatever the case is, and now they want to do something about it, which is fair. And they have that right to do so. The question becomes is, what do we offer as the remedy? Now, we have no problem, should you so choose for us to bring this forward, whatever the will of the council, you let us know, we're ready to proceed.
All right.
At the buzzer.
Any other questions before we provide direction?
Here's a comment. I'm struggling here because in my view, Mr. City Manager, you have this authority already. That's your role. You handle the administrative side of our city. It's not us. It's your role. You say you've got a situation with a lien waiver, make a recommendation. That's what the county does. Makes it, county commissioners get a recommendation from the county administrator, and the county commissioners vote on it. You have that authority in my book.
And go ahead, Mayor, if you want to time on this, if not, I can.
The charter stipulates that the council is the only entity.
Exactly, Mr. That's right. But he makes a recommendation to say, look, we've got this. We vote on it, yay or nay.
And that's fine if that's how you choose for us to go with these. We can bring these cases to you that way. We have no problem doing so. The understanding may exist, though, that maybe that's not what this council wants. So whatever decision if you want to keep it that way, we have no problem doing that route. As a matter of fact, I think for us, that's even better because it takes us out of it. All we got to prepare the administrative.
We're not choosing any sides. We just want to solve a problem.
Yeah.
That's what we want to do.
Yeah. So technically there are 3 solutions. Keep it how it is, make it where whoever in the seat has that authority, or create a program that addresses it altogether, which actually I take that back. I said first was the nuisance abatement. We have no problem bringing this to you for essential hearings as open items.
Yeah, let's bring this horse into the barn and move forward. We are going to have to give them direction officially. And so it sounds like a vote, Gus. And so I will entertain a motion because it sounds like there's some discussion. I will entertain a motion to provide that direction to the city manager regarding this issue. Do we want him to create an abatement program for us to review? Do we want him to bring forward all potential resolutions of interest to the council every time those come across his desk? Do we want to give him the authority to waive those? That'll be an issue with the charter, but we can entertain trying to make that happen. What are we asking them to do? I will entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we, as our city manager has asked, his preference is a nuisance abatement program for our city.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for.
If I may.
Yes, sir.
To not, as what Ms. Kathleen was mentioning, I'm not trying to sway. It's just that the original direction when this item was placed was that maybe the council wanted to move differently from what was already in place. If it's council's desire to not move in a different direction, we have no problem not suggesting any changes, but then we can start bringing these forward to you for consideration.
Well, I think we're in the middle of directing you to give us a nuisance abatement program.
No, but what I'm saying is I want to make sure that that is the direct, that we are clear in saying that we're not swaying that because for us.
No.
Okay,
No, I think you're fine. I think you're fine.
thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? To show, Kiera, that this motion or this direction passes 4 yea, 1 nay. Item 10E, boards and commissions bylaws. This is Augustine Kiera presentation. Is that right?
Actually, I'll go ahead and take this
Go
one
ahead,
if
go
you
ahead.
don't mind. We provided direction to all of our boards. It was shortly after attending a couple of the board or committee meetings that we noticed that a potential lack of direction may have existed. As an audit was done, we found out that some board and committees have bylaws, others don't. In addition to that, as an onboarding process or a general policy process, that one did not exist. So as a twofold parameter to try to move this forward, we want to make sure that for those that have bylaws, we want to make sure that they're updated. For those that don't have bylaws, we want to introduce a set of bylaws, including how to run a meeting, what has to happen, what are the goals and objectives of that said committee or board. And then lastly, create a set of SOPs that the board themselves would now create to say, hey, this is what we're doing. This is how we do this. To create some type of order across all of our boards, not only for rules of order or whatever the case may be, but also to make sure we keep a decorum and keep the business that they are tasked to do moving forward efficiently, respectfully, and within our designated procedures. So we want we want to tell you that we're already working on that. And if you so approve to do so, that we will continue to move that item forward. Staff has already begun on that. Does anybody want to chime in? Ms. Kiera, Gus, you guys want to chime in on that passage?
No, city manager. That's
so. Assuming that you allow us to keep that business moving forward, we're trying to tighten things up a little bit and provide the direction that all of our boards and committees actually have been probably striving for throughout. So we can also do that when a new board member comes on. We could also share these items with them so that they can acquaint themselves on how things would move forward.
Very good. Any questions or comments for our city manager?
My only comment is, I mean, theoretically, all the boards should pretty much, for the most part, be under the same SOG. I mean, how they handle things. I mean, there should not be a lot of tweaking from board to board.
Correct.
So
correct. But for example, Keep Lamar Beautiful versus Cemetery Board, probably little subjects taught, as well as building and standards. That part comes under more of the SOGs, SOPs versus the generic bylaws. So we're going to start first with generic bylaws up top and then move into the more standard procedures down below to provide that set of guidance for each one of our boards.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. I don't want to see like all sorts of weird different SOGs.
No.
I mean, they should pretty much be consistent. I
For the most part, yes.
And there will be small
Except for-
tweaks. Yeah.
Right.
And I get it, but.
10-4.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? We will step out of, sounds like we don't need any action on this one, Gus. We'll step out of Caesar's way and allow him to move forward, hearing that there are no concerns with his rationale. Item 10F, canvas election redistricting meeting, May 17th.
Madam Clerk.
This one was just my item. It was just to put it on everyone's calendar that we will be canvassing the results of the May 7th election, as well as doing our first redistricting meeting with our redistricting council on May 17th, starting at 4:30 p.m. here in council chambers.
4:30 p.m. May 17th. Those of you that heard us table the public hearing, both public hearings and both of our ordinances tonight, we will pick those up in this May 17th meeting. And so we will have 3 items. Our redistricting workshop, canvassing the votes of our recent election, as well as public hearing and entertaining action on our 2 ordinances, our second readings. Time is of the essence, so we have to make sure we're moving forward. Item 10G, Memorial Day.
We just want to take a moment to commemorate. This is our last time we'll meet before this holiday to commemorate all the service that is taking place, and also recognize this as a city holiday, but specifically to make sure that all the veterans and that all folks are being recognized appropriately as a city holiday.
Very good. Item 10H, new business items for consideration on the next agenda. Does anybody have any new business or items for consideration for the next agenda
Yes.
that you know of at this time? Yes, sir.
I'd like to discuss lowering the amount the city manager may purchase without council approval. And the reason why I bring that up is it was increased previously, but there leaves so much that could be hidden without the council's purview. I mean, not say I don't trust the city manager,
No.
but we need to make it clear and be transparent to our constituents.
Right.
So I would like that added on the council.
100%.
Let's make sure, say so, when we do that, we add state law and maybe some other cities, you know, what theirs, so that the community can compare law, apples to apples, oranges and oranges, so that they can get a full view and understanding. Any other items that we like placed on the next agenda?
Mr. Mayor, on that's the next agenda. It's not the
That
May
is the next
17th.
regularly scheduled agenda.
Oh,
Is that
next
correct,
June.
Carson?
Yes,
Is that-
in
okay.
June. That's in
So
June.
we're talking about our regular June meeting, Joe.
Regular June meeting.
I have a few items, for if I can say them under manager report, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Just for clarity, in the meeting on the 17th, will we also present information as to, okay, now we have this official vote, here's the consequences of the rollback election, and here's what you can expect then?
Yeah.
Is that part of it?
Yeah, so once we canvass those votes, I don't know how fast or how long I can share this, Gus. But let me share it just so that we can, I don't want to be off our agenda. But on next week, we will canvass the votes. That is a legal function that you have to do. In other words, the city acknowledges that there was a vote and they acknowledge the results of that vote officially. From there, we will begin this discussion. Council will lead this discussion on how we want to go about working with this new reality that we have. And so there's some ideas on how we do that, but we will definitely have to start the conversation on what that process will look like on May 17th, so that our citizens will be aware of how they might be able to add or input to this new reality. So we're going to give them a week so that they can be set, ready, and then we'll give ourselves a week to see what that process looks like for us. Did I answer your question, Joe?
Oh, well, I want to make sure that included in that is now, as part of the rollback, the SB2, there's going to be a process.
Yes.
In terms of the refund of.
Included in that discussion. Yes. Now, next week, I don't know if they will. I can't speak for Cesar and Susie, so I don't know how quickly they would be able to bring back those refund figures. But definitely next week, we will acknowledge and accept the results, and then we will, as a council, provide a path moving forward. Timetables, meeting dates, and times that we will officially hear from Susie, hear from the council, and if council so chooses, hear from the public in whatever capacity that may look like.
Absolutely.
So the first step in that will be May 17th.
And if we're able to provide that data by then, which is doubtful, but if we are able, we'll do so then. If not, we'll do so at the next regularly scheduled meeting.
Yes. This will be an extremely, and Gus, I promise you this is my last point, but this will be an extremely slow and deliberate process, because we want to make sure that we're getting this right and that everybody in our community is aware of what we're doing so that we can, again, move forward. Anything else, Joe?
Yes, sir.
All right, I would like, Cesar, to add to the next regular meeting, our ordinance for our billboards and our digital signs. there is an opportunity for us to amend that ordinance. And certainly we would like to look at that. Any other items that we'd like to add? Seeing none, let's move forward to announcements of community events and programs. And we would ask that, Casey, would you like to go first? This is our time of announcements and celebrations.
Sure. I really just have one big announcement that's a personal announcement, and I'm very excited about it because, as we're all very aware, I have not been in person at a meeting for a while now, and that was due to personal health issues that are all my own and all my private business. But I am delighted to say that I had a recent doctor's appointment where I was cleared to come and have in-person meetings, because I will be going down off of all of my strong prescriptions of immune suppressants. And so I am very much looking forward to coming back and sitting with my colleagues, all these good looking folks, and doing city business where I'm not, teleporting over. So I'm really looking forward to it. And I want to extend my most sincere thanks to the council that have supported this odd arrangement since day one. There wasn't a single moment at any point that the mayor or any of my fellow council people made me feel bad about it, and everyone supported my health and my decisions to do this for my health, and I really, really appreciate that. And in addition to that, the city staff have made it also incredibly easy, and just I feel very well supported, and I'm very grateful for it. And I'm ready to come and sit next to you. So thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say, this last weekend was the Cinco de Mayo.
Yes, it was.
And it was a great time. I went out there when I came back in town. There was a nice little entrepreneur out there selling lemonade. And that was great too, especially everyone that participated in the lemonade stands.
Yeah.
Great job for everybody involved. Great community participation out of the Cinco de Mayo, out of the voting. Like I said before, I mean, you guys are taking the word. You guys are out voting, and that's the democratic process.
Yeah.
So I'm very proud of that. So thank you, citizens. Thank you, people who put on all the events. Staff, thank you for all your time. And fellow council people, thank you very much for your support too.
Ms. Jansen.
Happy Mother's Day. That's all I have.
Yeah, just keep it short. Thank you to our residents in our great city, and God bless us all. So go forth.
Very good. Certainly, I wanted to acknowledge, along with Mr. Carlson, those young people on Lemonade Day. Ms. Tanya had 2 stands in one location. I don't know how legal that was because both of those babies were so cute. They actually, I'm sure they made a great profit on that day. And we were at the Cinco de Mayo, and there was a dunking booth, and I got in it, and yeah, they got me twice. But we had fun. What a wonderful time. I wanted to share with us this from this thought. Cities are like families. There are times when we face adversity, and when we seek to move forward, just like families do. And there are times when we disagree on what that looks like. Mom and dad, siblings. And that happens in cities. But when you have a chance to move forward, the way that you move forward many times will vary based on people's opinions, understandings, and ideas. That is okay. That's what cities are. They're living organisms, and we do the best we can, just like any family. Everybody on both sides of this discussion that we've had the last 6 to 8 months, both sides wanted our city to move forward. Both sides wanted the best for our city. And certainly the democratic process was allowed to take place, and we've heard from our citizens. And that is always, always, always a good thing. Now, the fact and the reality remains that we face some tough times. We are going to have to trim our budget. We face those times. We understand that, we know. And certainly it won't be easy, and perhaps it will be painful. But we can do it because we're a family. The way that we do that is we come back together in peace and in the spirit of cooperation. What you will see from myself as the mayor, and I would hope from this council, is that we all roll our sleeves up in these coming days. I will invite personally, Mr. Mistich, who has some level of knowledge and understanding on budgets, and Mr. Osteen, who does as well. And perhaps I'll spend time with those persons, and we'll roll our sleeves up and we'll get a pad and a pen, and we will look for the best answer. It may be that we have to cut some things, but that's okay. The citizens have given us clear direction. And right now they want us to work with 47 cents, and that's okay. Democracy is a wonderful, wonderful thing. And it spurs the best of us. And so I'm excited about that. You will see me out in the community. I will be knocking on doors. Many of those neighborhoods that suffered the most from taxation. I will be visiting with you. Omega Bay, I will be there. Barondo Pines, I will be there. Painted Meadows, I will be there. And certainly many other of those neighborhoods that have said to us that they are suffering. I want to know, I want to understand, and I want you to help me understand what we need to do to move the city forward, because we live in a great, great city and we have great people. And the pathway forward is available to all of us. Forward together. After we fight, after we argue, after we debate, after we discuss, we come together like any other family. One day, one step at a time, and we will get exactly where we need to be. And I just want to thank each and every one of you for being a part of our city, for being a part of this debate, for being a part of this discussion, because it has and it will continue to make us better, 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 better. We'll get to where we need to be as a community if we continue to move forward. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Cesar. City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be brief here. Just want to provide some updates as we've discussed. Point of clarity, several things that are coming up, if I'm not remiss. First thing is an update on our American Rescue Plan Act, or as some folks call it, ARPA. You will be receiving, we plan on rolling out before our next regular scheduled meeting, a survey for the community to voice their opinions. It'll be an electronic survey, a formatted way of us collecting your feedback as to prioritize how we're going to proceed with those funds. Challenging times. Right now, there's over $13 million worth of projects that we qualify to use those funds for, but only have $4.2 million worth of funding that we can spend. So we will ask for solicitation of that funding in order to address some of the needs that we have. And we urge you to be on the lookout for that, because we do want your participation in that so we can get that moving forward. So more to come on that between now and the next meeting. We will launch that through our social media, website, and different formats. As far as the update on the county bond project, actually, we have several different things to update on. To that expect, you guys should have all received a memo that was prepared by our consulting engineers on different updates that you have as to where we are on different projects. You will see on here 6 different items that we're bringing to you for discussion. They're an update as where we are on each project. I think for a very long time that the public has wanted us to present where we are. The council presented where we are. And this format, if you would like us to do it this way, obviously we're going to come back with more graphics and so forth. But as a beginning, to clearly describe where we are with all these projects. So for example, the first one being the Hurricane Harvey grant, which was the Westlawn and Highland Drainage Improvement Project for $1.4 roughly 1.45 million. Design is 100% complete. We are currently under environmental review by the GLO, and we expect to receive that approval in the next 90 days so we can start the bidding process. So as we do that, we want to also show where we are in percent of completion for each one of these items. So moving forward, you'll see us do that. For example, the 2015 flood grant, which was the roughly $7.8 million. Design is ongoing. 30% submittal is expected by the end of this month. Environmental will start thereafter. Unfortunately, environmental is taking a very long time, but we can't do that until we get the plan submitted. And currently on that entire scope of that project, we're roughly 20% complete. Our hope is to bring you these project updates like this as we move forward. Again, with the GLO Hurricane Harvey, the wastewater plant, the $49 million in question, design is ongoing. 30% submittals also expected by the end of this month, with environmental to start soon thereafter, and currently roughly 20% complete in that part of that project. The Galveston County Road Bond Project, as you'll notice, that project is already ongoing. We've already broke ground. Lucas Construction started on this project at the beginning of this month. Currently working on storm sewer drainage along First Street and Laurel. Expect to be complete with this segment by the end of June. Currently, we're 5% complete on the entire scope of the project. A lot of folks understand a lot of these projects we get funded on, it may take years before we can get through project completion through engineering, permitting, and the entire approval process. Again, we're going to work on making this information I'm providing a little more graphically appealing. So we can present it, but for the sake of time, I want to make sure that everybody's informed on this information. The Gulf Greyhound elevated storage tank, $612,000. The contractor is expected to be mobilized by mid-May. Currently, we're 5% complete on the process, but we are moving that project forward. And that one should move forward pretty quickly. The Mahan Park boat ramp improvements with the planning grant. Planning grant is a 75-25 match. Design phase is 60% complete. Environmental is 90% complete. I'm waiting final submission. The schedule is for design to be completed in full by June 15th. The construction grant application to be from July 1st to December 31st of 2022 tentatively. The bid phase to begin February 1st. And then to move forward with the construction phase as early as following May. So we're moving this project forward rather quickly as well in relation to how we can with all the parameters we have. The LED street lighting project, you have received that the letter was submitted to change out all of our lights in form of LEDs. We also have the agreement that you voted on earlier tonight for the work order to begin so we can start preparing that report in those designated areas. Texas and Mexico has vowed their support in us moving that forward as well, so we can do so expeditiously. The Delaney Road Halem traffic signal warrant study, the report is complete. Both our engineering and our police were very involved in this. The traffic signal is not warranted at this time with development from the south of Delaney Road, except traffic to increase in the next couple of years. So we know that it's going to increase. Just right now, as the study results exist now, we are not ready to do so, but we will revisit this issue again next year. Discussions we've remained about possibly changing the traffic signal from a flashing signal that down below to a regular traffic signal. And right now, the study results do not warrant that. However, we will continue viewing that. And the other item that we have as a point of order, if you'll notice item 3 that's on your agenda, it's the Bayou Road Sidewalk Project. And technically, it is for Main Street. So not Bayou Road, but Main Street. We have been awarded $1.7 million through TxDOT from Highway 3 to 45. TxDOT is currently engaging the engineer to start design of the project. We have no other details at this time, but we do know that unfortunately, due to the number of fatalities that have occurred, I believe 4 over the past 10 years, that it warranted us that, and it's much needed. And TxDOT sought that approval when we submitted that, and we were awarded. We submitted for two sidewalk projects. We're awarded on one of them. We will be ready to proceed on that project as soon as we have more information. That concludes those items. The only thing that we have for the good of the order, 3 items, as the Parks Board mentioned earlier, they do have their project that's coming with the painting of the signs. They are commencing some of those park projects to begin this Saturday. They already have those volunteers in place. However, they did want to make sure that we were aware that they're initiating that project. They're working with Public Works to secure all the items they need to get that going. So by this Wednesday, and immediately after, they will proceed with that beginning this Saturday. We also want to announce our summer internships. If you guys don't mind, for the sake of time, we can hand these down. This is flyers that we can help you circulate. We're also going to be putting these out through social media. Right now, our returns have not been as great. The recommendation we received, the direction we got from council was to increase it to 15 students this year. But as of time of this afternoon, we had only received severely less than half of those numbers of applicants. That being said, we're making the push through all the schools.
Yeah.
We'll be sending out this flyer. We try to make it friendly with a QR code so they can get access to the application. We intend to go to the schools if we need to and spend time during lunch out there trying to recruit the students, whatever it takes to make sure that we get the word out so that at least they're aware. But we do ask you and all of our boards and everybody that's involved to please help us get the word out. Some items to consider is, for example, if a student from another city attends that school, would they be applicable? I don't know if you'd like to consider that at this time or not. For example, if a Texas City student attends Lamarck High School, would they be eligible or not? As current right now, the policy states it wouldn't. Or if you would like to even consider, somebody suggested earlier today, maybe opening up to children of city staff that might want to qualify this project. At this time, with the numbers being what they are, you can table that and consider that at a different time. We're going to keep pushing recruitment to hopefully get the number we want. But in case of a shortage to do that, staff is excited and we have a lot of assignments for them to do. So we're hoping that we get the numbers that we need.
So I would say just really quickly, which we can't talk about this, but also College at Mainland as a resource.
Excellent. I will make that note. And the last item we have is please mark your calendar for Saturday, May 28th from 9 a.m. until noon. We'll be hosting our hurricane huddle, sharing all that great information that was brought back from the conference. I do have flyers for you and we will be posting these for distribution immediately following the meeting, but it will be held at Central Station at 750 Saltgrass Point Road. And that at this time concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We can't really question because that'll turn into a discussion, but we thank you for the update. Let's move to item 12A, appointments, removals, boards, commissions, and committees. We all have a staff briefing that suggests that we have work to do. So are there any appointments that we are prepared to make tonight?
Yes, I have one.
Yes.
I would like to move Mr. Cornett from Parks Board. He resigned from that, and I would like to put him in the, where was it? I just had that. Planning and zoning. Thank you. It's a long night.
Very good. Are there any others?
Yeah, Cynthia Maddox to Building and Adjustment Standards. Right?
Your building standards alternate?
And yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cynthia Maddox.
Very
Cynthia
good.
Maddox. Any others? Joe, I have a building standards alternate to appoint as well. There is a application in the information. You have a building standard member appointment. Do you want this one or?
Well, I was going to mention it. I'll have the next one, but I would like to know what district the people are in. I don't know what district they're in.
Okay, this is, look at this.
So if
You see that?
it's District B, yeah.
It's, yeah,
All right, it's in the book. It's in the book.
yeah.
Okay.
Do you want that person or do you want to?
Well, I talked to them.
Right.
Okay, I'll let you do
Yeah,
that
yeah.
and then you let me know and then I'll wait till next time. Good. I don't want you to lose a good candidate.
Thank you.
Any others? Hearing none, we're moving past that to executive session. There are no items for executive session tonight. So we move past that at 10:05. Casey, we are moving to adjourn. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved.
The second,
Do it. Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
We stand adjourned.